Hey, Tuesday. How's it going, everybody? Welcome in. Oh! Listen, don't mind me. I'm producing the stream. Very good. Very goodly. It's happening. I'm having it. I'm doing it. Don't worry. Don't... shut up! Listen. Listen. It's gonna be fine. Listen, I'm just doing a specific thing. Right. Okay. Alright. 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 Okay. Alright, now it's time. Now it's time. Okay. I'm ready. I'm almost ready. I'm almost ready. Okay.
It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. A Tuesday. It's Tuesday. Looks like Tuesday. It's Tuesday, isn't it? It's Tuesday. Okay, I gotta go now. Have a good day. It's Tuesday.
This Tuesday's yummy. It's not a bummer, because this special Tuesday's the first day of summer. Have a good Tuesday. Bye.
Enjoy that summer, baby.
Oh, it was worth it. It was worth it. It was fucking worth it, chat. What is going on, everybody? Hello, 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 hello. All these beautiful people in the chat. We got Cynthia Citrus. We got Satirical. We got Rob Arts. We got Queen Pib with a year. The year-long sub. Oh, my God. Thank you so much, Patricia Inga Bogart, for that support. Thank you so much. Rob Arts says, Muel, have you ever been to Northampton? No. Never been to Northampton. Why do you ask? Smutty Baba Yaga, what's going on? Ingo Bar, how are you? Video Pheasant, hello. Gumba Master. Kusi, what's going on, Kusi? We got Lyra and friends, Queen Laura, Ludo. Everybody's here. Just Johnny's here. Go follow Just Johnny, everybody, as well. Drake Sim, what's going on? Delicate Friend. Recently houseless and trying to find a place to live in the rental hellscape that is Manchester. Can I just get a fuck landlords in chat? Holy fucking shit. I take it you didn't know that I'm like part of Manchester Renters Union. I would have loved to have been able to help you with that. If you still want help with that, if there's anything that you're struggling with, let me know. Send me a DM on Discord or on Twitter if you've got me on Twitter or something like that. Let me know. Let me know, because that sucks. And I'm sorry to hear that you're struggling with that. But yeah, fuck landlords. I agree. Drakeson, hello. S. Jane, how are you? Beanie Gaby, what's going on? You've lived here all your life. The place is really depressing. Well, I've never been. So I guess that's very PogChamp for me. But if it's anything like Manchester, then, yeah, you know. I mean, Manchester's not that depressing. It can be. It can be.
Money for Muel.
That's fucking right, Luce. Thank you so much for the 19 months. What's going on? Welcome in. Thank you for supporting the stream. Mark, how are you? Also, hello, Shafiq. How's it going? You recently discovered an old friend is a landlord now. Very distressing. That is very distressing. I hate that for you. You knew someone who grew up in Northampton. They said it was grim. Uh-huh. 9 times out of 10, the grimness up north is due to the neglect from our Westminster and London-focused, London-centric government. Generally speaking, there are a lot of towns up north that are grim. And it is because of a lack of development, a lack of funding, all that kind of stuff. So it really does suck. Yeah, 100%. I had a Tory council that gave a 10 million loan to the football club in 2014, and the owner ran off with it. Love that. Fucking love that. Yo, that absolutely sucks, gang. What the fuck? It's grim down south as well, at least where I am. Oh, yeah, of course. That's why I meant to say London focused and Westminster focused, because I know there's lots of places down south that don't get the love that other places do. The North is in a deficit. It generates a high enough GDP to revitalize itself, and yet... Yeah. Weird how that works, eh? Fuck London. Well, London's alright. Like, you know, I know a lot of people who live in London, and that's fine. Like, certainly, like, London, the place is, like... cool. It's interesting, right? I'm not a fan of cities in general. You know me. We were doing the whole... go and start a life off grid last week, you know? Yeah, London's very big. That's the only issue. The issue with London is that there's like it could fit every single fucking town in the north inside it. That's the issue with London, innit? Hey, Mr. Dank, how are you? What's going on? We're doing Northern chat. Yeah, straight away. Straight away, as soon as I start the stream. Yeah, our government sucks. That's right. That's right. In every single way. West Country, we have the highest cost of living in houses relative to the normal people there. But we're like a forgotten people outside of the rich few. Hey, all. Outside of the rich few. Hey, all. Hi, Thora. How you doing? Yeah, the home counties that surround it are bad. I agree, Shafiq. Yeah, I agree. The only reason they're not doing the same to London outside of Zone 1 is the rest of London is too close and knows where they are, so they won't do the same to them, but trust me, they'll still try. Possibly. Hello, Plink, by the way. I like the stuff you can do, but every time it ends up testing my endurance as an autistic person. Oh, yeah, well, yeah. As an ADHD person, yeah, I get that for sure. Because there's stuff that is extremely overwhelming for me, too. You know? You know, if that is what you struggle with. I'll tell you where I went and I was like, what the fuck did they do to this place? Fucking Frodsham. I also have Cornish internet syndrome. My net is straining to run the lowest stream quality today. Forgive me if I sound off topic at times. Yo, that's no worries, Thora. That really sucks. We've got encoding options today as well, right? Yes, we do. Yeah. Oh my god, that sucks. What is that?
For all the good conversations.
Isle, thank you so much for the 20 quid. You gorgeous, wonderful, sweet person. Can I get a shout out for Isle, please? Shafiq? Do you know who I'm on about? Do you know how to spell it? I think you do. Anyway. Please go follow Isle. She is just like one of the best streamers. You will very much enjoy Isle's stream. 1000%. Please go and show her some love. I had a very good time hanging out in Isle's stream today, as I always do when I'm there. You didn't type yet, that's why. There you go. There it is. Well, you gotta she's got an auto shout out anyway. I was just gonna say like, yeah, you know, get a shout out. You don't have to type, you don't have to talk in the chat. You could just lurk away, that's fine. All right, delicate friend. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, it's yeah. I'll take a look at what's going on and we'll see what we can do. Yeah, you got it right. Yeah. How was Alone in the Dark, Isle? Did you enjoy that? We got a regular stream for you today, gang. It's a regular stream. We got the news. We got a leftist video essay to watch. We got weird shit. You know? It's going to be a good one. I'm very excited to crack on with it. I've not really done anything today. I can't really have a big story time like I did yesterday because I didn't have an amazing weekend in between the last stream. So, you know, got no else to tell you. Been sat on my ass playing Kenshi all day. Hello, CD Melody. What's going on? So yeah, just been like lurking in people's streams and yeah, just had a nice little afternoon. Woke up quite early as well, so that's been good as well. A regular stream. It's been getting the right fiber. That's correct. Kenshi is good though. Yeah, it is good though. It is. Retro games, janky and clunky. I am familiar with that. That's right. Yes. You finished it? Oh, nice. I'm glad you finished it, Isle. Yeah, I hope you had a good time. I've never played it. Never played Alone in the Dark. Maybe I'll give that a go. That would be nice. I've been thinking about, because you know I did the Kenshi stream last week. I was reluctant to do it, but obviously I'm addicted to Kenshi at the minute. So I was like, yeah, let me stream it. And lots of people weren't interested in that, which is fine, by the way. It's fine. I understand, right? But it's not going to be a productive thing for me to do on the stream. You know, I'm talking about politics. I want to get my message out there to as many people as possible. It's not my message. It's our message, innit? You know what I mean? But in terms of Kenshi, yeah, that's not going to be... It's just not going to be constructive to do that. So yeah, I'm basically like thinking to... I'm going to do a revamp of my Patreon tiers as well, right? I'm going to do a revamp of like what the different tiers, like what the benefits you could get with them and stuff. And I think it'd be nice if for like maybe tier 2 and 3 subscribers, or maybe for all of them, you can have access. Like if you're like a tier 1, if you subscribe at any tier, maybe you could like watch Patreon streams, patron only streams in the Discord or something. Because I have like a patron chat in the Discord. And if you join the Discord and you get your Patreon role, if you are a patron, then yeah. I think that would be a pretty good way to do things. And then I could just like stream in the day and talk shit with patrons. I'm still getting used to that. Hello, the Woodbug. How are you doing? Welcome in. Actually made it to a stream. You did. Do you want to play Monster Hunter? No. Sorry, not into that. I don't mind watching it, but not for me. Not playing it, yeah. Yeah, that'd be pretty neat, right? Yeah, just like a little patron only stream. Little cool little Discord hangout time. Right, okay. It's time, gang. As long as you don't call them Patriots by mistake. Oh, that would suck. That would suck. Yeah, fuck that noise. Right, listen, we're cracking on. We're watching the news. You know what the score is, gang. We're going to be talking about... Well, we're going to be watching the news, and they're going to be talking about war, violence, you know, all the horrific things that go with a global news reporting outlet, imperialism, recession, all that kind of stuff. It's depressing shit, but it's got to be done. We got to get it out of the way, you know what I mean? We got to look at it, figure out what's going on. I'm not on Twitter anymore, so I don't know what's going on, right? So we're going to know what's going on at least a little bit. You gonna tune in for some Patreon gamer time? Oh, hell yeah, that would be so dope. That would be dope. It's 8 p.m. and almost cool enough for me to put a shirt on again. I really haven't been struggling with the heat in Manchester. I deleted my Twitter off my phone. I deleted the app off my phone. So I've not been on Twitter on my phone in weeks. And I've got like an app, an extension on Google Chrome where it limits the amount of time I spend on Twitter to about 30 minutes or something like that. And because I know that I need to tweet for things like... I know you were talking about this before, Isle, which is interesting that you bring this up. Because I was gonna mention something about this when you were talking about it, but then you moved on and I thought, I'll forget it, right? You know, because I have the time limited on Twitter and I know that I need to post for social media, you know, content creator kind of stuff, then yeah, I do not go on it specifically because I know it's gonna stop me from posting, and I need to at least post like a go live tweet, or I at least need to post you know, when my videos are out and stuff like that. It is healthy. Yo, I'll listen, I can't fucking tell you, everybody, I know I go on about this now, but it's just so good. It's so good. Fuck Twitter, man. Twitter is Twitter. Thank you for the update. It's a lot of shit posting and some angry people. Okay, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Hey, Dave, how's it going? Gonna get a shout out for Dave Warnock, please, Shafiq? Go follow Dave, everyone. The don't get on journalists trying to gin up, feeling bad about the strikes. Oh, wait, there's some journalists. Oh, you see, that's the thing that I miss about Twitter. That's the only thing. That's the only thing that I miss about Twitter is when things are just like extremely funny in terms of like journalists having a quote unquote normal one. You know, like the one that we saw yesterday where the guy was like, Tommy needy drinky. Thanks to the crumble fuck of a day, Tommy needy drinky. Like that shit is funny as fuck. I miss that shit about Twitter. That's the only thing I miss. But those kinds of tweets are rare. And it doesn't make it worth it with all the doom scrolling as well. You know what I mean? Nicole Kidman has been transvestigated and turns out she's a biological male. These people are absurd. These people are absolutely absurd. They need to like touch fucking grass. BBC had a big thing about how the rail strikes will bring misery to millions. Oh yeah, sure. I drinkies to forget that tweet. To be fair, Tommy did needy a drinky. He did needy a drinky, didn't he? Yeah. Can we watch the Sky interview where she keeps trying to get him to say he's gonna like kill scabs? Wait, what is that? What is that? Yo, if you've got a link, post it in the chat, Video Pheasant. I'll watch that shit. She keeps trying to get him to say, like, who? Who are we on about? She keeps trying to get him. Who's him? Kay Burley was trying to get a union spokesman to say they'd physically stop agency workers from going to work. Hey, listen, no rush. If you run out of minutes, then we can give you another permit. Yeah, don't worry. Or if anyone else has it, let me know and I'll give you a permit. But listen, gang, it's time for the news. Here we are. We're doing it.
Welcome to Democracy Now!
Did I change it to politics? Are we in the politics category? Yes, we are. Okay. All right. Hey, Mr. Fishy, what's going on? Here it is. Yeah, let's check this out.
That they are going to bring in agency workers. My question to you is, I'm guessing that some of your members will still stay on the picket lines. What will they do if agency workers try to cross those picket lines?
Well, we will picket them. What do you think we'll do? We run a picket line and we'll ask them not to go to work.
Yes!
Do you not know how a picket line works?
What if they do anyway?
Oh, I fucking love this shit. This is the best shit I've ever seen already.
I very much know how a picket line works. I'm much older than I look, Mr. Lynch. What will picketing involve?
Well, you can see what picketing involves. I can't...
So oh my fucking God. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, people are seriously like, if they're fooled by this shit, like genuinely fooled, this is why I say all the time that right-wingers are not playing by our rules. They're not like looking at this, like we're looking at this and we're going, how can anybody see this and think that Kay Burley is, you know, in the right and she's doing the good thing and stuff like that, right? But they're not playing by our rules. They're not doing that. They're literally, you know, they ask these questions in order to try and convince people who are like libs, who don't know much about it, to come to the right. That's the only reason that they have like this line of questioning. That's the only reason that they do this. It's just fucking sickening.
I can't believe this line of questioning. Picketing is standing outside the workplace to try and encourage people who want to go to work not to go to work. What else do you think it involves?
And what if they want... Well, I just wondered what else it might involve, because I very well remember the picket lines of the 1980s,
where are you going with your...
Mr. Lynch. I'm asking you what your members would do.
The picket lines of the 1980s, yes. The those picket lines in the 1980s, like, of which many happened, right? We're talking like hundreds, right? It's a decade. It's a fucking decade, right? There's fucking loads, right? And then she's like, I remember those. I remember those ones. You know what I mean?
Mr. Lynch.
Which picket lines are you talking
the
about?
miners' strikes. Miners'
Yeah, which miners' strikes? Which ones? There were
strike.
Yeah. Well, does it look like the miners' strike? What
No,
are
it
you
doesn't,
talking
Mr.
about?
Lynch, and I'm just asking. I'm just to clarify.
I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions.
It's gone off into
I'm
the
just
world
trying
of
to
the
clarify.
surreal.
No, Mr.
What are you
Lynch, and I'm
talking
sorry if you feel the need to ridicule me, but I'm just asking you what you expect your members
But
to
your
do
questions
if agency
are
workers.
verging into the nonsense.
I'm
We will
asking
pick
you.
it as
No,
effectively
they're not.
as we can.
And what does that?
This is fucking great. This is fucking great. This is exactly the kind of shit. So, you know, when the 2019 election was going on in the UK, right? I got so mad at how Jeremy Corbyn dealt with, because he dealt with this kind of questioning all the time. You know, all these like begging the question prompts, like, when are you gonna apologize for the anti-Semitism in your party? So, like, you know, not even saying like, do you know there's anti-Semitism in your party, but like claiming that the anti-Semitism is actually a thing, and then saying, when are you going to apologize for it, right? And it's like, the line of questioning is so bad, and it is so bad faith, that the only way that you can come back to them, see, it's got rid of it. Twitter timer. Sorry, gang. Can't watch it anymore. That's it. It's over. Anyone got that? Anyone got like a YouTube clip for that? Got like a YouTube clip for that? That's it. Twitter of the day. Twitter of the day. It's jail. It's Twitter jail time. Like, I didn't touch that. It just shut down automatically. Thanks, Shafiq. Oh, God. Funny as fuck. I didn't realize jacking off on air was legal in Thailand. Yeah, the anti-Twitter meds kicked in. Yeah, they got straight in. Hey, Butter, what's going on? Yeah, extremely droll, extremely droll. Also, we had a new chatter before. You can't just call for an abolition of rent and expect it to happen. What if everyone refused to pay rent en masse? Yeah. Well, that would be the end of rent. And that would be fucking sick, wouldn't it? That's right. Fuck the government. Fuck rent. Hell yeah. I've got a YouTube for the comedy take. Okay, well, look, I don't need to know where that goes, because it's like quite obvious that he does very well. Comedy take? What is this? Have a look at this.
The government is saying that if your members continue to strike, they will bring in agency workers.
Oh, it's just like a random guy. Yeah, sorry, not interested. Right, listen, we're watching the news. We're watching the news. If anyone has a YouTube of that interview, let me know, and we'll watch it. But yeah, can't go on Twitter. Sorry, can't go on Twitter, because I don't want to. There you go.
Democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
Hi, Amy. Everybody say hi, Amy. Hi, Amy. It's our daily dose of news.
Gustavo Petro has won Colombia's presidential election in an historic vote. Petro is a former M19 guerrilla, former mayor of Bogota. He will
Hell yeah, let's fucking go!
become Colombia's first leftist president after vowing to fight
Let's fucking go!
inequality in Colombia with landmark policies, including a tax reform and redistribution of pension savings. In an election runoff, Petro won about 50.5% of the vote, defeating the right-wing businessman Rodolfo Hernandez.
Oh, this fucks. This absolutely whips. I'm coming. This is fucking so good.
Who won about 47% of the vote.
Hell yeah.
His running mate, the Afro-Colombian environmentalist Francia Marquez Mina, also made history. She becomes Colombia's first black vice president.
Oh, hell yeah.
Petro addressed supporters.
Nosotros vamos a desarrollar el capitalismo en Colombia.
We will develop capitalism in Colombia.
No porque lo adoremos,
Not because we worship it,
sino porque tenemos primero que superar
but because we first have to overcome pre-modernity in Colombia,
el feudalismo en Colombia,
feudalism in Colombia, and the new
nuevos
slavery,
esclavismos, la nueva esclavitud, Tenemos que superar mentalidades.
We must overcome the past mentalities and behaviors linked to that world of slavery.
We'll have more on the...
What the fuck? I've literally never heard like a politician say something that based. Like, that is fucking sick. Yeah, huge words. Huge words. Large words.
The Colombian election.
You found a YouTube video of that interview? Yeah, stick it in the chat, Hell to Pay. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Elections after headlines, and we'll hear interviews with both
the first words were scary. He had us in the first half, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie.
Vice President and...
All right, let's check this out. Let's check the rest of this out.
Hello to you, Mr. Lynch.
All right, this is like a 15-minute version, so let's like, I think we were about here. Were we about here? Was it about here? I don't know. Oh my God, did they cut out, did they edit out her reactions?
They say he's dictating what they can spend, and he's dictating...
Hello to you, Mr. Lynch. Thank you for joining us. What an absolute mess.
Well, it's a mess created by grant shaps and government policy. Now, we could get a solution to this dispute. Grant shaps can come to the table if he wants. I'm not particularly bothered. But if he wants to come to the table, he'd be welcome, as long as he comes in a framework of goodwill.
What were you about to say about Corbyn answering questions like these is that he wasn't enough like this guy. This Lynch guy is going on the attack, right? And that's what should have been happening from day one. How dare you fucking question me like that? What are you gonna do about the fucking people who are like literally lobbying your like, what are you gonna do about the government like controlling what you say and shit? You know, just like anything other than just being like, oh well, you know, blah, blah, blah. You know, it was just very like not good enough. You know what I mean? Corbyn can't go on the attack as a parliamentary politeness. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks, right? It sucks. Like, this guy's fucking rocking it. Yeah, refusing to play along with idiotic media is a plus. A huge plus.
What he needs to do, really, is allow the management of the train operating companies and Network Rail the licence to get on with negotiating. At the minute, he's dictating what they say, he's dictating what they can spend, and he's dictating that they must make unreasonable changes in our industry, which includes, for instance, closing every ticket office in Britain. It includes last night's statutory notification of compulsory redundancies, 2,900 on track maintenance. And it includes a pay policy that's making people all across Britain poorer. Some of our members have not had a pay rise for the 3rd anniversary now. We can resolve that if we've got a proper negotiating framework. But the fact is that grant chaps Rishi Sunak and Boris Johnson are dictating the terms of this dispute. Now, they can either facilitate a settlement or they can block one. At the moment, they're blocking one. They're telling lies constantly. They've just told another lie that I've heard on your programme, that we've refused to negotiate. I have met every single
This is spot on. This is spot on. What, are they cutting him off?
Minister that's relevant to my industry.
Oh, okay.
The rail minister, the bus minister, the maritime minister about issues. We will meet with government ministers any time, night or day, as long as they come to the table in a constructive approach.
OK, but you say that, and you say that grant shaps would be welcome at the table, but you're also quoted as saying that you wouldn't be seen dead negotiating with a Tory government. So which one is it?
Well,
That's
just nonsense. I don't know where you got that from, whether you've seen me say that. That has just been made up by the Tory press office, and it's being regurgitated by various media outlets.
Okay, so we didn't actually say that, right? Okay.
I meet with them all of the time. I've met grant chaps. I've met all of those ministers. We will talk to anyone that's got a constructive input into the dispute or has got influence over a settlement.
Why do you think Grant Shapps would tell us on Sky that he said that you wouldn't be seen dead meeting with a Tory government? Why would he say that if you hadn't said it?
Why would he say that if you hadn't said it? God, I fucking hate Kay Burley. I fucking hate that woman so fucking much. Holy shit. Fucking shut up. Like every single, like Piers Morgan, like these fucking media nerds, they make me sick.
I have no idea. You'd have to ask him. You might want to ask Grant Shapps why he's used pseudonyms in the past to cover up his identity. I don't know what's motivating Tory ministers.
Oh, come on.
But I do know.
Come on. Yeah. Don't actually tell her. Don't actually tell the public what's what. You know.
But I do know that they have a strange relationship with the truth, including in Parliament and on the record and on the media.
Okay, talk to me about what your message is to the travelling public today.
In a rear, the producer's going, move on. Who
are children.
Don't argue with him. Just move on.
Who will be missing their exams.
There will be like a producer in her ear. Like, I dislike Kay Burley, right? But I hate the producers who are clearly in her ear right now or behind the camera saying, like, trying to navigate this. You know what I mean? Trying to fucking navigate this in terms of like, right, okay, what's he going to say now? We're going to have to like, okay, let's avoid that line of questioning because you're not winning there. So we need to move on so that people forget that we fucked up there. 100%, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, he's better than you. Move on and keep attacking. Yeah, that's what they're saying. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. As a former journalism student, fuck the majority of journalists. Yeah, that's right, Grub. It sucks so much. They're both done and departments could move them online. Oh, what? The exams? Yeah, people, the school kids' exams are done now, right?
Have an impact on their future. Some of them who need to get back to work having 2 years of COVID, and some people who could be going to hospital appointments, potentially having surgery, won't be able to do that and could die as a result.
I think someone posted about this in the Discord, but apparently, no, I saw this on Instagram. Someone on Twitter was going on about like, oh, my daughter can't get to school because she needs to do her exams, and oh, it's absolutely outrageous. And apparently, like, someone found out that the school that she goes to is like a $7,000 a year private school in the middle of London. And it's just like, yeah, no, sorry, get a fucking Uber. Get a fucking Uber.
Of these strikes.
Well, I think you're being dramatic that railway workers that make hospital patients die. We have to give statutory notice of 2 weeks before we take industrial action. Preparations can be made. We've taken 4 weeks since the ballot mandate was returned, and we've been available to negotiate a settlement all through that time.
Yeah, does she not know that COVID safety protocols went out the window literally 6 months ago? I'm just like, oh, God. Hey, Master of the Art, I was in a pub today and the Sky News was on and it was just complaining about the strike and had ads for gold. God, I fucking love late-stage capitalism. Don't you, chat? Don't you? Don't you love listening to... Like, this is just me projecting, by the way. Don't you love listening to music on YouTube while you're in the shower, and then, because your shower's taking a little bit longer than normal, an advert comes on for a guy trying to tell you how to fuck with the stock market? Love that shit. I love it. I love that. I love that guy's face. I don't hate him. He doesn't make me sick. You know?
As we are today, and as we were up till 7:30, 8 o'clock last night. My message to the travelling public is that we're very sorry for the disruption that's been caused. We don't want to do that. We want to get a settlement to this dispute. But like everyone else, many members of the travelling public are suffering from the austerity imposed by the government, both in the private sector and the public sector. Profits are rampant. Dividends are up. Shares are up. The only people that aren't making any money at the moment are working people around Britain who are struggling. They're struggling in full-time work, taking state benefits. And some of them are having to use food banks. We need to get a settlement to that. And the British worker needs a pay rise. They need job security, decent conditions, and a square deal in general. If we can get that, we won't have to have the disruption in the British economy that we've got now, which may develop across the summer.
What would be your advice to other unions who are potentially considering balloting for strike action as well? Would you
fucking do it? Fucking do it! He's gonna say fucking do it. This is a bad question. She has asked the wrong question here. She has asked the wrong fucking question. Oh man, you're about to get fucking destroyed. Holy shit. Set him right up. I take back what I said about Kay Burley. She's based as fuck. Thank you. Let's go. What a queen. Let's do it.
Support them in that?
My advice to the unions is to campaign on the issues. And ultimately, if the government and the employers do not change their direction, I believe that more ballots for strike action are inevitable and more action is inevitable. And what I would say to trade union leaders and trade union activists is we need to coordinate and synchronise our campaigning so that we can rebalance the inequalities in our society.
Dual power, baby. Coordinate and organise.
I think I'm knocking at an open door on that because the trade union leaders across the TUC and across Britain are telling me that they want to join this campaign. We had a massive rally on Saturday on these issues. Working people are crying out for leadership and direction. The Labour Party can contribute to that, but it's going to be the trade unions that make the difference in this equation.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Synchronizing.
So yeah, so he is calling for a general strike, but he's not gonna like say that out loud, right? He's not gonna say that out loud because they're gonna use that to attack him then. That's what they want. That they want him to say like, yeah, you need to like strike now. That's why he said you need to campaign on the issues that affect you, and if your CEOs are not moving on it, then you know, you should probably consider striking. You should probably consider ballot action against that. Yeah, he's smart as well. He's smart as fuck. Yeah, you can't just say strike. Yeah. Absolutely. You know? Like, this guy's got his thumb directly up the arse. And it won't just be this guy. It'll be, like, everyone who's, like, advised him in this. It'll be the union members who have, like, you know, spoke to him and said, right, we need to think about the messaging here. We need to think about the way that, like, Britain is, like the temperature of the political landscape in Britain right now, and we have to word it in the right way, and he's worded it in the right way, you know? So really fucking good.
Well, we need to coordinate the action, so we need mass rallies, we need people on the streets, we need protests in every town and city in Britain, and if we have to have industrial action, we should coordinate that industrial action so that it has the most effect possible.
We heard from David Blunkett, a Labour politician previously, as you know, previously in the cabinet. He said, oh,
I don't give a fuck. Listen, do you think any of us give a fuck about David Blunkett? Oh, come on, pal. David who?
Your union are taking us back to the 1970s.
Oh, this 1970s shit is the funniest fucking shit ever. Oh my god, I love this so much. This is like, oh, it's just so fucking funny. It's so fucking funny. This is the kind of shit. Whenever anything like too left wing happens in the British media, all they can fall back on is, oh my god, remember when the 1970s happened and the unions were strong? And what they seem to think that people are going to remember is like, you know, the smear campaign against the Labour government, which, yeah, the Labour government wasn't ideal in the 1970s. I'm not saying they were perfect because, you know, it's hard to be. But the Conservatives managed to get in, and then they spent the next, like, 30 years destroying Labour. Like just absolutely, like, gutting the unions, you know, eviscerating all kinds of left-wing organizing across the fucking country. No one's gonna fucking remember that shit. Exactly. How many people were even around in the 1970s? I mean, there were a lot of people who were around in the 1970s, to be fair. But in terms of, like, the present-day electorate who are gonna care about this, it's, like, not that many people, to be honest. Voice in her ear, panicking, saying, do the 70s bit, do the 70s bit. Yeah, right, exactly, yeah. Yeah. It's so ridiculous. It was so ridiculous. I can't, honestly, it's so fucking hell. Libs do in fact remember when the unions were destroyed rather than when they were strong, even though they were at the same time. Yeah, that's true.
Well, he's talking nonsense. He's out of touch, and he doesn't know what he's talking about. I started working in the 1970s.
But you're talking about coordinating strike action by... Yeah, but you're talking about coordinating strike action with a number of unions bringing the country to a halt.
No, I'm talking about coordinating strike action so that we get effective campaigning so that British workers can get a square deal off corporate Britain.
Oh, it's fucking perfect, this. It's fucking perfect, this.
We're raking in the profits. The problem with inflation in this country is people profiteering. So if we can get a deal with all of these companies, we won't have to have strike action. It's because we've been too passive over the last decade or so that workers have found themselves exploited. It's because of the lack of action and the lack of coordination. That's why British workers are suffering. It's why companies can take advantage. It's why we've got fire and rehire right across this economy. We've got outsourcing and precarious work. So it's obvious.
Oh, this guy is absolutely fucking based. This guy is 1,000% a communist. He just doesn't say it out loud. This is like one of those guys who was absolutely in the Communist Party in like 1980. 1,000%. This lady makes it sound like a few labor unions could bring the system to its knees if they gave enough of a rip. Yeah, it's weird that she thinks that would be a thing and that's something that we should be scared of. I wonder why. I wonder why she's scared of that, you know?
Obvious that we need.
I feel like they're trying to distract me with random footage. That's right. That's right. It's exactly what Mr. Fishy said. They're looking for footage of sad-looking commuters, you know, stuff like that.
But Mr. Lynch,
because we need to rebalance society.
Yeah, but Mr. Lynch, the whole point of coordinated action would be, I'm guessing, to bring the country to a halt. Otherwise, why would you do it?
Yeah, but the whole point of it is to, like, you know, set fire to everything and riot, and like that's what it's all about. It's just that stuff, you know?
No, the point of coordinated action is to get an effective negotiating position at the table with the employers. I don't know what it is you're suggesting. Are you saying that workers should passively accept the reduction in wages, the stripping out of terms and conditions?
Oh, fucking yes!
Extended hours and precarious employment. If we want a stable society where people can guarantee their jobs, where they can look to progress themselves.
I love how they're like trying to find live footage of traffic jams, but the traffic is flowing freely on the motorway. I love this. These people are fucking idiots.
In our society, then we need strong trade unions. It seems to me that all the media want to do is spout Tory lines.
No,
that everything that the trade unions do is destructive. We've got the five.
See how she's reacting here. See how she's reacting here. Because she knows it's true. She knows it's fucking true. She knows it's fucking true. Look, this is an unflattering face that I've caught her on here, to be honest. But there you go. You know? There you go.
Day week. We've got public holidays. We've got holiday agreements.
Oh, he's like looking so smug as well. I'm absolutely fucking loving every second of this.
We've got pensions, we've got women's rights, we've got equalities laws, all because of what the trade unions do.
Yes!
Have done through our history.
Fucking go off!
The most progressive and democratic force in this society.
Look, there's even a guy up there. There's even a guy up there. Can you see at the top of the screen? There's a guy giving a thumbs up. There's a guy giving a thumbs up to the fucking picket line.
Intend to continue to do that.
Yo, let me rewind that.
We've got pensions, we've got women's rights, we've got equalities laws, all because of what the trade unions do and have done through our history. We have been the most progressive and democratic force in this society, and we intend to continue to do that.
That guy's buzzing. That guy's buzzing. He just had a nice interaction with some picket liners.
Okay,
So
Mr. Lynch,
sick.
I would also hope that you'd be able to have a robust discussion without name calling, but there we are. Tell me how...
Wait, what was the name calling he did? What was the name calling he did?
How much you're asking for as a union? What pay rise do you want?
Well, I'll negotiate that with employers. You know the figures. The Network Rail figure at the time it should have been settled was 7.1. I'm telling you, if you let me finish. The Network Rail figure in December should have been 7.1, and the train operating companies was between 7 and 8. We'll negotiate on that. There's lots of ways to put value into a package, and we'll deal with the employers on that basis.
What would you accept?
Well, I'm not going to discuss that with you. I'll discuss that with the people at the negotiating
Why not?
table.
This is so stupid. This is so ridiculous. This is literally... She's talking about name calling. She's acting like a school child. You know, again, like it's a mixture of her and it's a mixture of the producers, you know? I don't want this to like devolve into like, you know, saying that a woman is behaving like a school child, you know, or anything like that. But it is literally like school kid playground shit that she's doing, you know? Yeah, it's like a bit.
I don't negotiate on the street with a media presenter because you're not the person negotiating with me, so I'll deal with the employers on that.
Well, negotiations are not going very well, are they? And I think the British public wants to know what's going on. So I'm asking
He's absolutely perplexed whenever she says anything.
you what the union would accept.
Well, I'm not going to deal with that with you. I will deal with the employers. We negotiate with them. It's not very respectful to the employers if we're trying to put together a package that's not just about money, it's about the conditions that our members serve under, and it's about their futures, and it's about the redundancies that we're faced with in this industry. That will all form part of a package and a negotiated settlement. So I'll deal with them on that, and I won't attempt to negotiate standing on the pavement.
Yeah, you're not going to show your hand before the negotiation. Exactly. That's a great point. Because if this guy would have said something like, oh, it'd be great to get a pay rise of X amount, then that only, what is that regarding? How many rail workers is that affecting? Like, what are we talking about? Do you know what I mean? Like, is that going to be across the board? Or do other workers in different sectors of, you know, the rail infrastructure in the UK need more money for their work for other reasons, right?
At Euston.
Well, I would have thought you'd be happy to negotiate anywhere as long as you manage to sort this out for your members. How much have you been offered?
This is like France 24.
Well, can
I believe
you know
that.
What we've been offered, if you read the press releases, we've been offered 2% by all of the companies, and there's a further 1% available if we accept all of the conditions, including the redundancies and the stripping back of conditions of service. And that's not acceptable to our people.
Yeah, because they're trying to get a bunch of people to just like accept a redundancy package. That fucking sucks.
I don't know what you've been offered, which is why I asked you, because according to some of this morning's papers, you've been offered 3% plus another 1% if other guidelines are met. So is it 2% or 3% that you've been offered as a baseline?
It's 2% we've been offered as a baseline by both sets of companies.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. What would your advice be to... Thank you. I'm glad you clarified it. I'm just putting it to you that other people are suggesting...
She is making out that they're like having an argument. She is making out that he's being naughty. And like, yeah, he's being like a tiny bit cheeky, but only in response to her questioning, right?
Otherwise, and you're the man who in the know, so I'm glad you clarified that for me. What's your advice to RMT members on picket lines if agency staff were going to...
Yeah, the papers. I'm glad that you read the papers for this. I'm glad that you read the Daily Mail. The Daily Mail would literally say, have like a headline like, the unions are taking us back to the 1970s. We're all going to fucking die. We're going to have the 3-day week again.
Try to get through that picket line.
So this is the bit that we were up to before. We've seen this bit.
Times. There are no agency workers coming here to work today. There is a complete lockdown of the railway on London Underground, and the only people that are working are managers that have been trained up in a couple of hours to take this forward. As it happens, the managers' union is balloting from yesterday as well because they're facing exactly the same problems. So we think the problems on the railway are going to escalate. ASLEF are going to be balloting soon. I think Unite are going to ballot. So the problems are getting worse and worse. And so the government has got to deal with that. But there are no agency workers here. There's nobody crossing our picket line. And
okay, so some people, a couple of people in the chat, Lyra and Cynthia, think that the 3-day week thing was is to do with work. That's not what it was. The 3-day week or the 4-day week, it might have been the 4-day week, was to do with energy consumption. And it was something that the Conservatives did, which didn't need to be done. But it basically was a policy where they said, okay, because too many people are striking and too many unions are striking and like power outages and stuff like that, we could only have 4 days. We could only have 4 days of energy. So people went without power for 3 days a week. basically. So that's the 3-day week that I'm referencing. The 4-day week would be great, you know, if it was like we're only going to work 4 days or 3 days. That's not what I'm referencing, sadly. Yeah, that's there's another thing entirely.
Okay, Mr. Lynch, but there might be
from the north of Scotland to the south
I understand.
of Cornwall.
I understand that, Mr. Lynch, and that's certainly the case today. But, you know, will it still be the case if after this week you still get nowhere with the negotiations? The government is saying that they are going to bring in agency workers. My question to you is, I'm guessing that some of your members will still stay on the picket lines. What will they do if agency workers try to cross those picket lines?
Well, we will picket them. What do you think we'll do? We run a picket line and we'll ask them not
Did he just pretend to check his watch? I feel like he did, yeah.
go to work. Do you not know how a picket line works?
What do they do anyway? I very much know how a picket line works. I'm much older than I look.
Yeah, Ludo,
Mr.
it sucked. Yeah, the 3-day, 4-day week.
What will picketing involve?
Well, you can see what picketing involves. I can't believe this line of questioning. Picketing is standing outside the workplace to try and encourage people who want to go to work not to go to work. What else do you think it involves?
And what if they want... Well, I just wondered what else it might involve, because I very well remember the picket lines of the 1980s.
Where are you going with...
Like, here's the thing. She probably doesn't remember them. I don't think she's that old. What is Kay Burley, like 50? 40, 50, something like that? You don't remember that shit. You don't remember that shit at all. Like, you remember what the papers told you. You know, the Daily Mail and the Telegraph. Like, just I'm thinking about what she's saying here, and I'm like, I know that she's saying that she's older than she looks, but she's not. She's 61! Yeah, but still, she would be in, like, her 20s. In the 70s. So it's like, whatever. Right? And it has been mythologized by the press. That's right. Absolutely. Also, hi, Zero Kieran. What's going on? Kay Burley is a comrade, as far as I can tell from this interview. Yeah.
Mr. Lynch, I'm asking you what your members would do, Mr. Lynch.
60 with money and privilege.
The miners' strikes. Miners' strike.
Yeah. Well, does it look like the miners' strike?
See, she's even laughing because she knows how stupid that is.
Mr. Lynch, and I'm just asking, I'm just to clarify. I'm just trying to clarify. No, Mr. Lynch, and I'm sorry if you feel the need to ridicule me, but I'm just asking you.
I'm sorry you feel the need to punch me in the face. I'm sorry you feel the need to take a shit in your hand and throw it at me. I'm just asking questions. No need for you to get your cock out and piss on me. Actually, I know that you just answered my question normally, but to me, you know, that felt like you punched me in the teeth.
What you expect your members to do
your questions
if agency
are
workers...
verging into the nonsense.
I'm asking you...
as effectively
they're not.
as we can.
And what does that involve?
Look, there it is. That's what it involves.
So you won't stop agency workers crossing the picket line?
We will try to stop agency workers crossing the picket line by asking them not to go to work.
Sorry, I just realised there's been no CC for this. I'm sorry. Just realised that.
Suggesting we will
and if
do.
I'm just asking you. I'm trying to clarify for the benefit of the British public who are being stopped from travelling around the country, Mr. Lynch. I'm just trying to clarify exactly what your members will do. Ask politely. Thank you for...
I'm replying to you politely.
Want to answer the question? Okay, Mr. Lynch.
I've answered the question about 6 times. If there are people trying to cross the picket line, we ask them not to cross it.
I'm asking questions on behalf of my viewers this morning, Mr. Lynch. I'm very sorry if you find it offensive.
Well, you seem to have got lost in your questions, it seems to me.
No, I haven't. Well, perhaps I could just ask it just once more, see how you feel about it. If agency workers want to cross the picket lines so that people can go about their work and their business and travel around the country, your members will ask them not to cross. If they continue to want to cross, then you will allow them to do so. Yes or no?
We won't allow them to do so. It's up to them whether they do so or not. We will ask them, under the laws of this land, not to cross the picket line and not to be strike breakers. But if agency workers think they can go into a signalling centre or operate a train, they're going to have a bit of a problem, aren't they? So what do you think these agency workers are going to do when they report and have crossed the picket line. They're not trained to do
I'm not
the work.
sure, because it's not...
Oh, I'm not sure. Are you not sure? Is that what it is?
Illegal for them. Probably illegal for them to attempt to do it.
Just one final question before I let you go, because I know you've got a very busy day. You've got a very busy day ahead of you, so let me just ask you one final question. If the 3 strikes of this week do not amount to a 7.1% pay rise offer being offered to your members, will you go on strike again?
Yes, we will go on strike again if we don't get a settlement to the issues. So after this phase of action, we will review the situation. We'll look at where the negotiating position is. We'll continue to talk to the companies at every opportunity. And if we need to take in further industrial action, that's what we'll do.
Based.
It's an absolute pleasure to talk to you, Mr. Lynch, this morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Hopefully we can chat in person sometime very soon. Thank you.
What does that mean, chat in person sometime soon? What does that mean? What's she on about there? What's going down? What's that all about?
Hello, my old chum.
Oh god, gang, that is just like if you ever wanted like a more succinct, damning bit of evidence that the media in the imperial core is simply, you know, just there to serve the ruling classes, then there it is. 100%. You know? She's gonna find him in a Walmart parking lot and fight him. That's what she's saying, yeah. He handled that extremely well. Yeah, it did make her look like an Egypt. Yeah. Yeah. Belligerent sexual tension. What? Wait, what? Is Sky News the British CNN or is it Fox News? We don't really have like a Fox News here. The closest thing to that would be GB News, but it doesn't really get a lot of viewers. I think, yeah, that was some client journalism. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, client journalism, if you don't know what that means, it basically means journalists that operate as clients to the government. Where it's like, you know, the government will slide a journalist like a couple extra fucking, you know, 100 grand to make a trade union rep look like shit on TV, right? You know what I mean? Do you think she got dressed down from her producers? Of course she did, yeah. Absolutely. GB News is like Fox News with terrible production values and no audience. That's true, yes. Yeah, BBC, GB News, Sky News sort of cover the CNN to Fox spectrum all at once. That's true. Apart from nobody watches GB News, yeah. GB News gets most of its views from when Muel streams their clips and makes fun of them. Where does Piss Morgan do his news now? He has his own channel. Yeah, he has his own channel. Okay, right. Well, we've had so that was based. You know, the guy there, Mr. Lynch. I don't know his first name. Was it Grant Lynch? I can't remember, but pretty good response. Very, very, very happy with that. It was kind of whatchamacallit, hopium. Don't forget to hydrate. I'm gonna hydrate. Thanks, Lyra. So we've also had some excellent news about Colombia. Big up all the Colombians. Mick David. Okay. AK Cat, what's going on? Also had some cool news about Colombia. New left-wing president. The stuff that he was saying sounded very, very cool. Very, very based. And now we're going to watch the rest of Amy Goodman on the War on Peace report with Democracy Now!
And President-elect. In news from France, President Emmanuel Macron's centrist party has lost its absolute majority in France's parliament in a major setback for Macron.
Okay, this is either like extremely worrying or extremely good.
His coalition won a total of 245 seats in Sunday's election. A left-wing coalition led by Jean-Luc Mélenchon won 131 seats, while Marine Le Pen's far-right National Rally Party won 89 seats.
Oh, hell yeah, this is good. Okay, dope.
On Sunday, Mélenchon praised the results of the election.
C'est une situation totalement inattendue.
It's a totally unexpected situation. absolutely unprecedented. It's the total defeat of the president's party, and there is no majority.
Hell
We've
yeah.
achieved the political objectives we gave ourselves in under a month to bring down the man who, with such arrogance, twisted.
Le Pen got a massive increase in seats this time. Look, I know that Le Pen has increased in popularity, but I'm glad that it's not as many as the left-wing party.
The arm of the whole country to get elected without us knowing what he was going to do when he was.
Russia appears close to capturing the eastern Ukrainian city of Severodonetsk after weeks of fierce fighting. Russia's escalating its attack on the city's Azot chemical plant, where hundreds of civilians and Ukrainian fighters have sought shelter. Russia has also increased shelling of the nearby city of Lysychansk. If Russia seizes the two cities, thousands of Ukrainian forces could be stranded. Meanwhile, Ukraine has attacked offshore oil and gas drilling platforms off the coast of Crimea and the Black Sea. The Wall Street Journal reports the attacks could cost Russia billions of dollars in damage and lost revenue. Hours after the attack, Russia fired rockets at the southern Ukrainian city of Odessa in the largest attack on the city in weeks. Meanwhile, Russia's acknowledged it plans to put on trial 2 U.S. veterans.
That fucking sucks so much. We live in such a bizarre world where, like, you know, just saw a fucking tank get blown up, man. You know what I mean? That's fucking fucked.
Who were captured fighting in Ukraine. Kremlin spokesperson.
What is Russia even wanting to do with a bunch of ruins? Well, they'll have the resources to rebuild it, won't they? That's the sad reality, you know?
Dmitry Peskov has said the men were mercenaries and are not subject to
It is ego. It is ego. He's in too deep and he can't back out. Yeah.
Conventions. The Russian journalist Dmitry Muratov has auctioned off his Nobel Peace Prize for over $103 million to raise money for Ukrainian child refugees. Muratov, who won the Nobel Prize last year, spoke prior to the auction.
My country invaded the territory of another state, Ukraine. There are now 15.5 million refugees, and how one must deal with this is completely incomprehensible. We thought for a long time about what we could do, what each individual could do, and we thought that everyone should give away that which is dear to them, important to them.
In March, Muratov closed his newspaper, Novaya Gazeta, after receiving a warning from a Russian state censor over its coverage of the invasion of Ukraine.
That's the only thing that gives me hope about this shit. You know what I mean? Like, I get hope, like, hearing stories of, like, anarchist fighters in Ukraine and shit like that fighting the Russian forces and what have you. And I get hopium from people within Russia protesting and doing everything that they can against it. Like, this is like a big public figure in Russia. People in Russia probably won't hear about this, sadly, because lots of people there were people who were in my chat in the earlier half of the year, and the earlier quarter of the year, who now can't watch my stream because Russia blocks shit like Twitch and it blocks shit like Facebook and Twitter and all that shit. So bad.
Israel appears to be headed to its 5th election in 3 years after Prime Minister Naftali Bennett announced he will soon resign and dissolve parliament. Foreign Minister Yair Lapid will soon take over to lead a caretaker government.
Yeah, Ukraine also gets Russian volunteers. I heard about that, yeah.
Till the election is held. A new vote could result in Benjamin Netanyahu returning to power. The New York Times has wrapped up a months-long investigation into the recent fatal shooting of Al Jazeera reporter Shireen Abu Akleh in the occupied West Bank. At the time of her death, Shireen was covering an Israeli military raid in the Jenin refugee camp. The Times found, quote, the bullet that killed Ms. Abu Akleh was fired from the approximate location of the Israeli military convoy, most likely by a soldier from an elite unit.
Wow, they told us what we already knew. Crazy, you know? Hey, Phone, what's going on? One of my Russian and Ukrainian friends just had family come from Ukraine to America. It's crazy how many immigrants are going to come out of this on top of from any other place in the world. Yeah, it's fucked, man. It's super fucked. Russian creators have had their payouts withheld. Yeah, I heard that too, Isle, yeah. Like, just an absolutely fucked way of dealing with this from the imperial core government, you know? Yeah, shocked. I can't believe that they found out what Palestinian activists were telling us from the very fucking moment it happened.
Quote. Last week, Al Jazeera reported the bullet that killed Abu Akleh was a U.S.-made armor-piercing bullet that's used by the Israeli military.
So they shot a journalist who, in a war zone, would absolutely have been wearing a Kevlar vest with an armor-piercing bullet. Ones that the U.S. supply to Israel. Okay.
Right. Unprecedented.
So what I'm hearing is that what I'm hearing is that the US is okay with Israel murdering journalists. That's what I'm hearing. You know, that's what I'm hearing from that.
Rain has killed at least 116 people in India and Bangladesh. Millions of people have been displaced from their homes or trapped by flooding. On Friday, one area of India recorded almost 40 inches of rain in a single day. One of Bangladesh's largest airports is underwater. The flooding comes just a month after catastrophic flooding in northeastern Bangladesh left 4 million people homeless, including 1.6 million children. This comes as India is facing...
Sounds like Hamas got her, brother. Sounds to me like Hamas got her, brother.
Breaking heat that has devastated wheat.
There are definitely, like, what is so, like, the reason that's fucking funny is because there are just actual guys who say that. There are actual guys who say that. Yeah, 40 inches in one day. Like, okay, so Bangladesh is, like, known for getting flooded and stuff, but it's been like that for years. Like, at school, I remember there was, like, Pakistani kids and Bangladeshi kids, and they would always, like, take the piss out of Bangladeshi kids by calling them fish, because basically, like, their houses are underwater and shit. It was nasty. It was fucking nasty as fuck, but, like, that was, like, a whole thing. I remember hearing about it, and that was in, like, the noughties and stuff, and it's been going that way for years. But, like, that is one of, like, the earliest things that happened, due to climate change, like the flooding of Bangladesh. Like, it's not like a thing that happened historically, you know. All of a sudden it's just like, oh, okay, right, yeah, the you know, now things are getting fucking worse. It fucking sucks.
Production, as well as the mango harvest and other signs of the global climate emergency. Temperatures in Iran soared to 126 degrees Fahrenheit Monday. Last week, the heat index soared to 165 degrees Fahrenheit in parts of Iran due to high heat and high humidity.
Again, these areas of the imperial periphery where climate change is going to hit harder than anywhere else. That's the reason that our governments want climate leviathan. They are desperate to keep this walled world of the imperial core and every single... Yeah, it's cooking temperature. Yeah, it's literally cooking temperature. Yeah, the leviathan is here. The leviathan is here right now. You know? It is unlivable. And we're going to start to see so many more. This is why it's so important, gang. This is why we're desperately trying to push people to support refugees and desperately trying to push people to support, you know, anti-raid action when it comes to, like, deporting people to places like Rwanda and shit like that. Because we're going to see so many more refugees come in from these countries, and our governments are going to do everything that they can to criminalize them, to mistreat them, to basically manufacture our consent into being okay with them being deported and being mistreated, discriminated, and sometimes, in some cases, killed. So we've absolutely got to stay on point with that shit and do everything that we can to stop people. And you can do it in your area. If you're in the UK right now, you can stop people from getting deported. You know, look for your local anti-raid organization and be part of it, because you're not breaking the law by showing up and stopping someone from getting deported for no reason. You're not doing that. You know, it's well within Twitch terms of service for me to tell you that that's a fact, right? Climate Leviathan. I have a video on my YouTube where you can check out. It's me and Sophie talking about Climate Leviathan. And you can also check out the Red Planet VODs. I think the VOD channel is here. Yeah. The Red Planet VODs. We did an episode on Climate Leviathan. Go and check that out if you don't know what Climate Leviathan is. Stick it on when you go to the gym. Stick it on when you're doing some work, doing some painting, whatever you want to do. Any of that nonsense. But yeah, there it is.
An early heat wave sparked devastating wildfires that have burned at least...
That's right, Thoristar. Yeah, part of the importance of affordable and safe housing. It all links in together. It all links in together. Every single little bit of activism that we tell you about on Red Planet, it all links together in just trying to make the world a better place, you know?
74,000 acres. Meanwhile, temperature records are breaking across the Midwest in the United States. In Minnesota, streets have begun buckling due to the high heat.
In Minnesota? You mean where it snows for most of the year? Are you shitting me?
Spokesperson for the World Meteorological Organization said, quote, "What we're witnessing today is unfortunately a foretaste of the future."
That is fucked. That is extremely fucked.
In news from Ethiopia, witnesses say at least 200 civilians were killed in a massacre Saturday in the western region of Oromia. Some witnesses put the death toll at over 320. The Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed condemned what he called horrific attacks. One survivor said members of the Oromo Liberation Army carried out the attack targeting ethnic Amharas, who are a minority in the region. However, members of the Ola blamed government forces of carrying out the massacre. In Honduras, David Castillo, a former U.S.-trained Honduran military officer and businessman, has been sentenced to 22 years and 6 months in prison for his role in ordering and planning the 2016 assassination of Berta Cáceres, a Lenca land and water defender.
Oh, this one. Oh, this is fucking good. I was like, wait for a minute. I was like thinking, is this a different guy?
He was the former president of the hydroelectric corporation, DESA. Cáceres was assassinated as she led the fight against the construction of DESA's massive hydroelectric dam on a river in southwestern Honduras. That's
Drakeson says, slight tangent. I'm looking to increase my leftist library. I have Climate Leviathan on the list already. I already own Socialist Manifesto, End of Policing, How to Blow Up a Pipeline, Essential Kerner Report, and Shock Doctrine. What should I be looking for? I'm terrible with books. I haven't read any of those books, right? Just so you know, just so everybody is clear here, I'm not a smart brain boy. I've got very bad ADHD. I find it extremely difficult to read. I've still not read How to Blow Up a Pipeline, and Sophie bought that for me fucking months ago. I've got no recommendations for books. Personally, I am more about just sort of like having people relay what's in the books to me on the fucking, you know, on the internet. Like, you know, got a bunch of comrades that I trust. If you can give me like a bullet point source of like, you know, what it means and shit like that, then cool. And yeah, like, you know, do praxis relating to that, you know?
Sacred to the Lenca
Hey, Carrie,
people.
what's going on?
Newly released surveillance camera footage from inside the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, has shed new light on the police response to last month's mass shooting at the school that killed 19 fourth graders and 2 of their teachers. New video shows heavily armed officers were inside the school and had at least one ballistic shield just minutes after the gunman entered the school. But officers didn't enter the classroom for another 58 minutes. It has also emerged that a Uvalde police officer had a chance to shoot the gunman before he entered the school, but the officer declined to take the shot, fearing he could accidentally hit someone else.
What? What? You've got to laugh, haven't you? You've got to fucking laugh. I'm not going to shoot. He was the only guy in the parking lot. He was literally the only guy in the parking lot. He was the only guy in the parking lot. I swear to God. Oh my God. Not to mention, if that kid was white, they wouldn't have needed to shoot him. They would have like figured out a way to arrest him without killing him. You know? Maybe they would have shot him in the leg. Yeah, since when do cops care about shooting innocent people as well? Like, fuck me. They totally shot a kid. Yeah. Yeah, they totally shot a kid. Every single cop. Every last one. What a fucking...
Some 17 million children in the United States are now eligible to receive COVID vaccines beginning today. Over the weekend, the CDC and FDA signed off on 2-dose Moderna and 3-dose Pfizer vaccines for children as young as 6 months old. Until now, only children 5 and older were eligible to be vaccinated.
Now, I wonder, are anti-vaxxers going to be going as loud and shouty about this stuff as they have been previously? Or... because whenever they use children, because this is the kind of stuff that they talk about all the time, right? You're not touching my kids, brother. You know what I mean? I wonder how many will actually talk about this now, because that what about the children nonsense is never actually about the children. They never actually do anything for the children. It's always a ruse. Yeah, they're too distracted with grooming now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, is it going to be a thing? They're going to be putting their kids in danger. They probably, a lot of, I'm not asking that. I'm not asking that. There are going to be anti-vaxxers who are going to put their kids in danger. What I'm saying is, they're going to be, they're not going to be as loud and shouty about it. The only shots my kid are going to get are from cops. Back the blue, baby. Yeah, that's right. Hulk Hogan impression is excellent. Thank you. Appreciate that. They've been fairly shouty as far as I know. Florida's governor's been going hard against this. Right, okay, right. That sucks. Florida's not participating in the program for child vaccines because DeSantis really is, you know, a piece of shit. And Florida, that sucks so much. So bad. Sophie's Alex Jones versus Muel's Hulk Hogan. We could do a pretend show where Hulk Hogan goes on InfoWars. That'd be quite funny.
The House Select Committee investigating the January 6th insurrection is holding its 4th public hearing today with a focus on Donald Trump's efforts to pressure state officials to overturn the 2020 election. Witnesses testifying include Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and Arizona House Speaker Rusty Bowers. Democracy Now! Will stream the hearing live at democracynow.org beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. A member of the January 6th committee, Illinois Republican Congressmember Adam Kinzinger, has revealed he recently received a death threat targeting him, his wife, and their newborn child. Kinzinger is one of only 2 Republicans on the House Select Committee. Last year, he was one of just 10 Republicans who voted to impeach Donald Trump after the insurrection.
Wow. Weird how that happened, huh? Weird how this guy was like, well, you know, I should do the right thing. And this guy's a piece of shit, even though I'm a conservative. I gotta do the right thing, and I gotta vote to impeach him. I'm sorry. And the people who voted for him are now sending him death threats. Weird how that happens, huh?
In related news, former Missouri Governor Eric Greitens has released a new campaign ad calling for moderate Republicans known as rhinos to be hunted down and shot.
What? What the fuck?
Moderate Republicans known as rhinos to be hunted down and shot. Rhinos
calling them rhino? Wait, what the? They've like made a new slur for traitors. They don't say traitors anymore. They say rhinos. That's so fucked.
Stands for Republicans in name only.
Republicans in name only? What? What?
In the video, Eric Greitens, a Republican candidate for the U.S.
Literally, it was like paratroopers fucking like storming a house.
Senate in Missouri.
This is fucked. This is extremely fucked.
Is seen with a shotgun raiding a house alongside a group of heavily armed men in battle gear.
It's been around for a bit.
I'm Eric Greitens, Navy SEAL, and today we're going right.
Oh, bro, you have never been a Navy SEAL. Not with that body. I'm sorry. What the fuck? Maybe he was like a special Navy SEAL that they needed to like squeeze into vents and shit like that. Sorry, I'm not body shaming. Sorry, I'm just like, I just find it hard to believe. Anyway.
Rhino hunting. The rhino feeds on corruption and is marked by the stripes of cowardice.
It is inciting violence. Yeah, of course it was. He actually was kicked out of the SEALs. I knew it! I knew it! I fucking knew it! He has a real persona, don't shame him.
The campaign video and Twitter blocked it from being shared. In 2018, Eric Greitens resigned as governor of Missouri after a woman he was having an affair with accused him of sexual assault and taking non-consensual nude photographs after...
That guy? That guy did that? No, you don't say. Like, you don't say that this guy... No, I don't believe... for a minute, I'm sorry, I believe victims, but like this guy, he is the antithesis of a good boy. Everything that I just saw about him was normal and nice and good. I don't believe... Obviously, I'm being sarcastic if people can't read that. Fucking hell. Imagine my shock.
After he tied her up naked in his basement. Greitens' ex-wife has also accused him of abusing her and their young son. The Texas Republican Party has approved a radical new platform that rejects the results of the 2020 election, claims Joe Biden's not the legitimately elected president of the United States. The Texas GOP also calls for the abolition of abortion, the prohibition of sex education in schools, and the overturning of the Supreme Court case legalizing same-sex marriage while referring to homosexuality as, quote, an abnormal lifestyle choice, unquote.
I know it's a disgusting thing to say, but like, as a queer person, when they say this shit now, it's just so extremely funny. It's like, it's an abnormal lifestyle choice, brother. It's abnormal. Oh, bro, like, come up with something new, honestly.
The Republican platform also criticizes Republican Senator John Cornyn of Texas for working on a bipartisan gun legislation.
And also, it's less of a shock, because Butter Bebop is right. Like, trans people have been telling us that they're coming for every other queer person, too. You know? Prohibition of sex education. I mean, but why? Well, I'll tell you why. Because it makes kids easier to abuse. That's why. But they will disguise it as protecting kids from abuse, because apparently teaching kids about sex is abuse. But how do you know that you're being sexually abused if you don't know what sex is and you're a child? Right? Right.
The platform also reiterates that Texas retains the right to secede from the United States. Workers at an Apple store in Towson, Maryland, have voted to become the first unionized Apple store in the country. Despite pressure from Apple, about two-thirds of the store's workers voted to be represented by the Apple Coalition of Organized Retail Employees. On Monday, President Biden said he's proud of the workers who unionized. And thousands gathered in Washington, D.C. Saturday for the mass poor people's and low-wage...
Sorry, I got super distracted by chat just then. Hold up. Apple stores are unionizing.
The right to secede from the United States. Workers at an Apple store in Towson, Maryland, have voted to become the first unionized Apple store in the country. Despite pressure from Apple, about two-thirds of the store's workers voted to be represented by the Apple Coalition of Organized Retail Employees. On Monday, President Biden said he's proud of the workers who unionized.
I'm proud of the workers, Jack. I mean, I could do so many other things to help them, but I'm proud of the workers. This country's great. It's going to be great. I'm making it great again.
And thousands gathered in Washington, D.C. Saturday for the mass poor people's and...
Apple fans really are sad act fans, aren't they? My dad's an Apple fan. He is a sad act in that regard. Like, it is extremely sad to be an Apple fanboy. Like, how can you be excited about something that's going to cost, like, £5,000 and then it's not going to work in the next year? How can you be excited about that? How do you get like excited about like the keynote Apple speech and shit like that? You know? Why does Biden sound like Rick? I don't know what you're talking about. My impressions are perfect, Birdie Blake, I'll have you know. Yeah, it's elitism, isn't it? Yeah, next level bootlicking. Hey, Pat Potato, what's going on? Yeah, it's fucked.
And low-wage workers' assembly and moral march. Speakers included Bishop William Barber, co-chair of the Poor People's Campaign, which organized the Day of Action.
We know that when the nation is moving away from the principles of life, liberty, justice, the pursuit of happiness for all people, and there's been a long train of abuses, and the nation has become more profitable for a few and less perfect for others, we must correct the nation, and we can't be silent anymore.
Hell yeah.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy
Sick.
Now!
There's like, here's the thing. It is kind of doomery to go through the news and see stuff about Ukraine and these like Republican lawmakers that suck and shit like that. But there's some good stuff in there, you know? There's some really good stuff in there. Stuff about the unionizing, and the more that unions take control of the workers' autonomy, not take control, but give the workers control over their own, you know, labor and shit like that, we're gonna see more and more headway in the way of like rights for marginalized people as well. But those unions do have to be like, this is why it's so important to be an ally, because you need to be bringing up, if you're in a union and you're having union meetings and you're having meetings with your colleagues about unionizing and shit like that, or voting to unionize, you absolutely need to be bringing up the issues that marginalized people have in your workplace as well, whether they be disabled, whether they be black, whether they be trans, whether they be queer, like, you know, anything, right? Anything. There is power in unions. That's right. And I'm still absolutely convinced that if you started a LGBTQIA plus union in your town, it would be national by the end of the year. Absolutely convinced. Don't care what country you're in. Because there isn't actually any LGBTQIA plus unions. There's one in France that's really based, and they like help trans people get HRT and shit like that, and they like actively like, you know, work as a mutual aid group for queer people. And I think if that was something that people started in their towns, in their, you know, even in your place of work, I'm absolutely convinced that it would be so popular. And all it has to be is like taking down a couple of phone numbers first. You know what I mean? Like, that's all it would be. Yeah, why aren't we doing that, fellow queers? Right, exactly. Exactly. Like, this is absolutely a thing that we should be doing. At the very least, for trans people, right? Because trans people have such a hard time getting HRT, you know, getting the healthcare that they need. We need to 100 to do that, like, now. Yeah, 1000%. How can I, as a cishet male, be a good ally? That's a really good question, and I'm glad you asked it. Essentially, we would ask you to, you know, do a bunch of things like support queer people, make friends with queer people, especially if they're in your, you know, place of work, if they're in your, I don't know, in your family and shit like that. But it does go beyond that. Obviously, it would be great if you would show up at, like, protests, you know, go to Pride, show your support. Just make sure that you don't make it about yourself, right? And then in terms of what else you could do, one of the most important things, and Sophie said this when we were chatting on Kira Chat stream, is that for cis people specifically, it's about having conversations with your friends and your family members about transphobia and why it sucks, and why a lot of the stuff that you hear in the media about trans people and about queer people in general is bullshit, right? That's just what it's about. That is essentially what it's about. Can't find DIY through organizations in the Netherlands. This place needs something like the French org you spoke about. Hell yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Need that kind of union in my life, yeah. We need more education regarding what a queer union would entail, its scope and its mission and its function. What do you think? What do you think it would be? What kind of a question is that? It would be queer liberation, right? That's what a queer union would be about. Like, what is a women's union about? What is the women's union in Vietnam about? It's about women's liberation, isn't it? Unions at work are about worker liberation. And fucking unions, like renting unions, is about abolishing rent. You know, that's the end goal of every union. In terms of what scope it would take, in terms of like what form it would take, that's up to you. In your, whatever works for you in your country. Do you know what I mean? No offense, but I'm like, we start it and then figure the rest out. To be honest, just starting something is the main thing. Like I said, it could be something as simple as getting we need more education on how to form unions, though. It's literally as simple as taking down a bunch of you know, emails or phone numbers and starting a WhatsApp group. That's literally it. It's not even that hard. You can do a fucking Discord server. You know what I mean? Like, people act like it's some kind of big thing and you need like an office and you need to sit down and do focus groups and like etc, right? It's not like that. It's not like that. It's not like that. It doesn't have to be that complicated. Maybe further on down the line as things get more complicated, but not to begin with. Pooling money to provide free medical help, finding couches for people to crash on. Hell yeah. You gotta stop responding like we're asking stupid questions. Okay, I'm sorry if people are feeling like my responses are like, you know, a little condescending, but, you know? Some of us have fucked up brains and this isn't as easy as you think. Yeah, fair enough. All right. But everything starts with a trade union. Everything starts with a conversation. You're right. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah, I don't mean to be condescending, guys. Honestly, I don't mean to be condescending. You know, I'm just an angry queer guy, right? Who wants, you know, I want this shit to stop. That's all it is. I'm not mad at yous. I'm mad at the situation, innit? You know? WikiHow legit does have how to form a union article. Well, there you go. WikiHow. Let's fucking go. Okay, right. Anyway, listen, I'm done ranting about that. Parasocial disconnect at work. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is, yeah. I need to remember that, like, just because I'm seeing names on a screen doesn't mean that, like, you're just names on a screen, innit? Sorry about that, chat. Hey, Rain Trigger, what's going on? Welcome in. It's time for a bit of a nicer part of the stream, chat. We've got some cool stuff to watch. We are gonna watch a leftist video essay, and we're gonna react to it. Now, I've got a bunch that I've got in my watch later list. But damn, it's so hard to choose. It's literally so hard to choose. So, I believe, I might be wrong about this, but I think we were talking about, like, the crack era, or, like, we you know, we touched upon it in the 80s in America and how that affected black families and black people in general. And there's a video about this here. It's a short one, so we might watch 2 video essays, because it's not really an essay, right? You know what I mean? Not really an essay. If it's just like 10 minutes, it's like one of my videos, right? You know what I mean? Here's the thing, Birdie. Right. Like, just because I've come up with a question, right? Just because I've come up with, like, a solution to a lot of our problems, and something that I'm asking queer people to do, or to consider doing, you don't even need to just, like, you know, if this is something that's, like, stressing you out about how you're gonna do this, like, it's not worth thinking about. I do just want to say that as well. Like, if you're getting extremely stressed at the idea of, like, oh shit, this is something I could do, but it's stressing you out too much to think about it, that's for other comrades to deal with. You know what I mean? Everything stresses you out. Then there you go. You know, it's something that you got to compartmentalize. Right, start small. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, that's why I was saying at the start, it's just about taking down a bunch of fucking phone numbers, innit? You know? Yeah, it's just about getting a group together. Yeah. My family is Syrian Marxist Leninist. Oh, hell yeah. That's fucking based. I'm really bad about just looking in Discords. I don't think it'd be easier to articulate there than in Twitch chat. Yeah, sure. That's okay. Doesn't matter. You don't have to. I'm not telling you to do anything. You know what I mean? I'm not demanding that you do anything. I just think it would be a good idea. Yeah, honestly, just spend some time thinking about what you would want a union to do. Exactly, right. Exactly. Even talking to one co-worker about a union is a step in the right direction. Well, yeah, that would be trade unions. Yeah, for sure. Someone was tweeting about a hoe union where women take care of each other at parties if something is sus and they all leave and take the women with them. That is basically a woman's union. That is something that is so important. Like, there needs to be a woman's union in the Imperial Core as well. In all the countries in the Imperial Core. 1000%. You know? As I said, in Vietnam, the women's union is about women's liberation. And it is so powerful that it is all the way up in terms of, like, the government. Like, they make decisions in the government in terms of, like, how is this going to affect women, right? So that shit is fucking super important. Social union, mutual aid type deal. Yeah, absolutely. Close ranks against misogyny. Yeah. That fucking thread that you're on about, Adrenaline, was absolutely disgusting how the university responded to that. That they were like, oh, why are you, excluding men from these parties and stuff? Not like, well, okay, you need to tell us about these men that are, like, sexually assaulting women. It's fucked. It's so fucked. So extremely fucked. But yeah, anyway, I digress. We're watching a YouTube channel. We're watching a video about the crack era of 1980s America. And it's only a short one, as I say, but that does leave us more time to watch, like, weird stuff, you know? So, hold up. Am I in the right? Yeah, I'm in just chatting. Okay, cool. Right, I gotta do a little scene. Give me a second. Okay, so I imagine there's gonna be a bunch of anti-black racism talked about, discussed in this, and drug abuse. So if either of those things are triggers for you, or if it just makes you feel uncomfortable, head on out. This ain't the stream for you. Be nice to yourself, listen to your body, listen to your mind. All right. Okay. Hey, DJ, what's going on? Welcome in. I went full Conquest of Dread there for Chinnel. I gotta be watching a Chinnel there, mate. I can't do New Zealand accent. Are you kidding me? I can't do Tim's accent. All right. It's time to check this out. Let's fucking go. Chat. I almost forgot. Here is a link. I'm not even subscribed to this channel because I don't know this channel that well, but here's a link to the video. That's right, S-Jane, you know the score. Give it a like, give it a subscribe, all that kind of nonsense. I'm going to wait and see if it's good. I imagine it's going to be good to see if to subscribe, but get involved. I've not had this, like, recommended to me or anything like that. It just showed up in my YouTube rec, so I don't know anything about this person. They might be bad, they might be good. I don't fucking know. Yeah. Okay.
Large numbers of poor people, and specifically blacks, going to jail and to prison, and they will not have a chance.
In the early 1980s, the nation's slogan was clear.
Just say no.
Crack now has spread to almost every American city.
But what if I told you that there was more to the crack era than what the white mainstream news media let on? And that it went beyond Black and Latinx folks who simply needed to kick a drug habit. Today's baggage, how the war on drugs ravaged Black America. Once upon a time, in a not so far away and familiar place, the United States entered what became known as the crack era. During the early 1980s, a new drug somehow infiltrated low-income Black and brown communities, causing crime and chaos. It was called
crack cocaine.
The problem is crack cocaine.
Crack cocaine may deny these Black children a decent future.
Well, it turns out that your uncle, who always talks about the man, was right. Well, sort of. While crack did absolutely ravage some Black and brown communities, it wasn't that simple. The United States government and agents of the state were corrupt and had a hand in creating this dark time in America's history.
You mean that Ronald Reagan had something to do with this? No, no way. I don't believe it for a minute.
Misinformation about crack cocaine and its users flooded airwaves and proved to be
No way did they just have a fucking news segment called Crack and Blacks. What the fuck? That is so fucked. Surely not good old Ronnie Reagan. I know.
Just as dangerous as the substance itself. Decades after the crack era has come and gone, its impact lives on.
Ronald Reagan and his CIA boy, George Bush 1. Okay, I always get confused about George W. Bush and George Bush Sr. and shit, and that is the best way to refer to them. George Bush 1 and George Bush 2. I'm fucking using that from now on, Panda Bibble. Yeah, George Bush 1. Brilliant.
But before we fall any deeper into this rabbit hole, let's take it back to the beginning of this war on drugs, which is often dubbed America's longest war in history.
Please search warrant!
The federal government first banned the recreational use of a substance, opium, in the early 1900s.
And, chat, little pop quiz for you. Does anyone know why they banned opium? Like the real reason. Not the reason that they said, but the actual reason. Anybody got any idea? Anyone got any clues? We talked about this on Convos with Comrades on my YouTube channel with Sophie and Thought Slime, aka Mildred. That's right, anti-Asian racism, 1000%. Crackdown on Chinese immigrants, yes. And they were telling the people that white women were getting seduced by opium dens, and that was leading them to become degenerates and make love and have babies with Chinese men. And of course, you know, that is essentially the Great Replacement Theory, Mark 1, the original Great Replacement Theory, you know? Yeah, and flappers, yeah. It was flappers were like women who were going against tradcon ideas and stuff like that, right? The minor replacement, right? I'm sure these dens weren't primarily patronized by men. Yeah. It was totally it's just such dog shit, right? Pay no mind of every painting of opium dens being nothing but pasty white socialites. Right, exactly.
Then came the Prohibition era, which focused on alcohol. Shortly after, the feds began to track and vilify people who struggled with addiction, especially if they were Black. Fast forward to 1971, when
the Prohibition was another extremely racist excuse for the feds and, states, if they supported Prohibition, to essentially criminalize Black people, marginalize people.
Richard Nixon declared war.
America's public enemy #1 is drug abuse.
2 presidents later, Ronald Reagan not only carried on, but weaponized this anti-drug stance.
Drugs are menacing our society.
Though Reagan was the first president who promised to
make America great again.
I never knew he said that. I never knew he said that. Holy shit.
But rather, he made things worse for low-income communities. In fact, at the time, the poverty rate grew fast.
It's exactly the same way. It's exactly the same way as when Trump says it as well. Like, when was America great according to you, bro? Do you know what I mean? Like, when was it according to you? Right?
In the first 3 years of Reagan's presidency than in any other time since the 1950s. Meanwhile, in another part of the world...
Chloe! What is going on? Thank you so much for the raid, Chloe. How is it going? Shafiq, can I get a shout out for Mix Chloe B? Please, gang, if you don't know Chloe, Faye is an excellent streamer. Please go and show Fair some love. Give Fair a follow. How are you doing? How was your stream? What were you doing? Welcome in, gang. If you don't know me, I'm DJ Muel. My pronouns are he, him. I am a leftist political streamer. And today we are having a look at how the crack era changed Black America forever. There's going to be some mentions. There's going to be some discussions of drug abuse and anti-Black racism here. And other racism too. So make sure, if that's not something that you want to look at, be nice to yourself. You know, take a day off the stream. I won't be mad at you. You know? Chloe turned into Donald Musk. Donald Musk? Wait. Chloe turned into Musk and went to space in Civ. Oh my god! When will Faye stop this? That's what I want to know. Faye is a menace to the working people of the world. I don't know why I said Donald Musk. I don't know why I said that. Finished up your playthrough of Civ and you went to Andromeda. Very nice. Very nice. I hope you had a good time. I thought that was great. Let's get a fuck Ronald Reagan in the chat. Yeah, I agree, Middle-earth Marxist. Yeah, fuck Ronald Reagan.
The United States was funding an illegal war in Nicaragua, and drug smugglers were sending cocaine to the U.S. on U.S. planes. Somehow, the United States officials had no clue.
Whether the United States actually loaded up the planes with cocaine, you know, or whether they just kind of turned their backs, right, and let the planes take off and go to the United States to land. The United States knew that at the very least that cocaine was being flown in and just ignored it.
Stanley Nelson is an award-winning documentary filmmaker, MacArthur genius, and director of Crack, Cocaine, Corruption, and Conspiracy. He says that this rampant poverty and international scandal, which caused cocaine to flood the United States, was the backdrop in which the crack era took off.
The crack era seemed to come out of nowhere, you know, somewhere in the early 80s. All of a sudden, you know, everywhere in Harlem, people would be out on the street selling and using crack. Not only in Harlem, I remember, you know, I was walking across 42nd Street and people were in doorways smoking crack.
In his film, Nelson walks viewers through various phases of the crack epidemic.
At first, you know, we saw it in the African-American Latinx communities. Then, you know, we're like, oh my God, there's an epidemic. The politicians weren't talking about it. The media wasn't talking about it. The police were not stopping it. That's a big part of it.
Some dirty cops took money from drug dealers, or they took drug money themselves.
What would you steal? Money and drugs and guns, whatever was it.
And
like, there's a reason, you know, white guys will sit there and watch these like action films from the 80s where there's like a good cop, quote unquote, and fighting against like corrupt cops in the force and shit like that, and they will absorb none of the politics that inspired filmmakers to make films like this, right? They will not even remotely like have it. They just will not see it. Like they shall not see it, you know? Really breaks down the social economics of the epidemic. Wait, the documentary that they're talking about, what's it called again? Can't arrest these guys, they're CIA, right? Exactly, yeah.
How this fact was left out of the media. Wonder why.
I'm sure we'll get there, but please keep in mind there's almost no difference, especially in the source, between crack and cocaine, you know, except the sentencing. So, yeah, I know this as a person who's used crack. Basically, it's like how you literally make crack by getting bicarbonate of soda, putting it in a pan with cocaine, and just heating it up a bit, basically. And then you smoke it. That's it. You can smoke it on tinfoil. You can smoke it in a bong. And that's it. That's literally it. That's the only difference. Bicarbonate of soda. It's extremely fucked. Yeah, and you get 100 times the higher sentencing for crack. Absurd. Absolutely fucking absurd. You know, it's so bad.
And then there was a shift.
A local success story took a tragic turn this morning.
Maryland basketball star Len Bias died after overdosing on cocaine 2 days after he was drafted to the Boston Celtics.
It was like a political wet dream, you know?
Yeah, like, doing crack is just basically like sniffing 5 lines at once. That's the only difference. It's extremely intense. Like, it's fucking one of the worst things I've ever done. Worst thing about it is as soon as you come down, you're absolutely fiending for a next hit. It's not good. It's not fucking good, honestly. Don't try crack, gang. It's not. Obviously, you know, I would never endorse anyone doing any drugs, but I can't stop you from doing it. But honestly, just do not. It's like that and heroin. Like, just don't fucking do that shit.
Now all politicians, Democrats, Republicans,
and meth as well, crystal meth,
scourge of crack, and the evil dealers who are dealing crack. It was crazily overblown.
And from the era emerged some.
But also remember to not demonize people who do it, and that there is help out there for people who are, struggling with it, right? Naxalone, if you're in the UK, Narcan, if you're in the US for heroin and shit like that. I don't know if that helps with crack overdose. Not sure. But that doesn't seem to be like a huge thing at the minute. More people are on fentanyl and stuff nowadays, right? Yeah, it's the same addictive properties of regular cocaine, yeah. Cocaine is weird. It's not physically addictive, but it's psychologically addictive, yeah. Yeah, Naxalone doesn't work for crack. Yeah, I didn't think so, yeah.
Dangerous myths about black people.
Yeah.
First of all, there was the crackhead, just had given up their lives to crack and, would do anything for crack. Then there was a crack mama. That was, basically black women. This woman sold her baby for a crack.
And an equally damaging falsehood, the crack baby.
Despite all the warnings, a growing number of babies are being born already addicted to cocaine.
Yeah, that's just like not even a thing, right? They made that up, yeah? Yeah. Crack babies aren't a thing. They just made it up. You can't be born like addicted to crack. It doesn't work. It's not how it works. Like, that shit does leave your system like pretty rapidly, right? You know what I mean? It doesn't like linger in there.
And the rest of their lives suffering for the lifestyle of their mothers.
What would you do about pregnant women who use drugs and pass those drugs onto their babies?
The media played a huge part in making the public feel that crack was really the real threat and that treatment wasn't the answer, but jail.
And the federal government's response to the war on drugs was clear. Lock them up and throw away the key.
They could come up with a new drug tomorrow. And we're going to go out there and do the same thing we're doing today. We ain't going to stop.
While chemically, powder cocaine, which was often used by white people, and crack cocaine, which was more accessible and believed to be used by black people, are practically the same, if you're caught using or selling either drug, the law...
This is a huge thing. This is a huge thing. It's exactly what I think Panda Bibble was getting at earlier, or it might have been somebody else in the chat. Like, these drugs are essentially the same. They are the fucking same. But one is for white people and one is for black people, right? It's just extreme racism. Like, obviously, like, there are obviously, like, white people who've done crack. There's, like, black people who've done fucking Bing. And you know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, Drake's sin. Sorry, Drake's sin. Yeah. That's my bad. It's just so ridiculous. Just so absurd. Baby out the womb, first words is, "Where's the crack cocaine?" says CNN. Yeah, it's bad. A lot of the crack is incredibly addictive, led to wild nonsense. It's not that sort of drug. You get born right in a father's head episode, but maybe that's it.
says otherwise. During the crack...
Yeah, like, when I tried it, I thought I would, like, for weeks after, be after, like, another hit. But it was only, like, after I did it, which is, like, the same feeling that you get from Coke, but just, like, a bit more intense. Like, when you have a line of Coke, you're like, yeah, I want another one. Like, 10 minutes after you've come down, right? But it was just like that, but, like, a bit more, like, yeah, let's get some more. Do you know what I mean? Like, but obviously you run out of money eventually. Yeah, so...
era, the sentencing disparity was crazy. The rule was 100-to-1. So 5 grams of crack would land you with a 5-year mandatory minimum, but it would take 500 grams of cocaine to get the same sentence.
Jesus.
Now, here's the kicker. Black people made up 82%
Yeah, one was flooded in black neighborhoods deliberately by the US government, yeah.
of the folks convicted for federal crack and cocaine offenses, but only 30% of crack users. 62% of people convicted for crack offenses were low-level sellers or lookouts. Today, the number of Americans incarcerated for drug offenses went from 40...
Yeah, which you'll notice is half a kilo, right, exactly. And, like, people don't just get around with a fucking kilo. Like, oh, it's so stupid.
1,900 in 1980 to 443,200 in 2018.
Are you joking?
With over 2 million people locked up, which is a 500% increase over the last 40 years, 1 in 5 incarcerated people is locked up for a drug offense. And being convicted of a felony can impact your voting rights, access to loans, and ability to get a job, among other factors. To say that the war on drugs filled our prisons and changed the trajectory of hundreds of thousands of people's lives would not be inaccurate. And Nelson reminds us that the war on drugs also changed the way that we look at police.
Look at these militarized fucks.
Policing.
The war on drugs was part of the
Fucking
fuel for local police to become militarized. And that's what we saw, you know, over and over again in Ferguson and with the George Floyd protests. Cops with body armor, you know, and looking like something out of Star Wars. So that becomes part of our lives now. And a lot of it, you know, not all of it, but a lot of it started, you know, with the crack epidemic.
Decades after the crack epidemic is said and done, do you think that the forces that coalesced to create the period in time that we know as the crack era actually understood the implications of their actions?
I feel at this moment more and more that the United States knows what it is and knows what it does. And knows that it's racist and doesn't care. I don't want to give America a pass anymore.
A big reason for the drug war is because drugs don't generally come from imperial core countries. Yeah, there's that too. There's the police. There's the over policing of Black and Latinx communities, and there is also that what you're saying, which is that like it's not profitable for, you know, for example, like, I don't know, heroin to be getting about unless they invade, like, Afghanistan and shit, which they did, you know. Can't have those pesky debtor countries making money out of the imperial core. Exactly. Right.
Americans, Latinx, and progressive people have to start there and then push for change.
The crack era vilified Black and Latinx people, and that's a fact. During this period in time, there was no solution other than jail. No consideration for how trauma and poverty could lead one to get involved with crack. No treatment for those who suffered from addiction. No discussion of a public health crisis, and certainly no empathy. While others may not remember this bleak period in time, we do. And Black America will never be the same.
In today's edition of PETV.
Well, this is pretty good. Okay, so the way that people were speaking about this in the chat is that The Root is like a it's like a journalistic outlet. It's like a news website or some shit. I think it's pretty good. I'm gonna throw him a sub. I quite like that. It was nice and succinct. Pretty good. Make sure that you go and give them a share and a like and a subscribe and all that stuff. You know the score. Comment. And yeah, that was a pretty decent little cheeky video. Oh, The Root no longer really exists. That kind of sucks. Oh, this came out on like in 2021. I thought this was... I thought this was like a recent video. That's crazy. Okay, never mind. Well, it was a good video anyway. You know, support him anyway. Why not? I'm sure there's people who were like, I don't know, running the YouTube channel or some shit. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I might be wrong. But if it doesn't, then don't worry about it. But whatever. Just a quick, cheeky one that we're looking at tonight. And then we're going to look at some weird shit. So. They're still putting videos out. Okay, well, there you go. There you go. Go subscribe. That was some good shit. Appreciated that. So now... Good source of their backlog? Yeah, that's right. We are gonna watch some odd shit. So there's a couple of things that I've wanted to watch for like a long time. So we're gonna look at weird things. We're gonna look at like weird animals. Dark wet fairies kind of weird. Yeah, kinda. The first video that we're gonna look at is called Really Stupid Cryptids. So that's the content that we're gonna be looking at first. Let's have a little look. I need to make a little title. The CGI video was rad. That was pretty good, wasn't it? That was pretty good. I enjoyed that last night. But it's time to get spooky. It's time to get weird. It's that time of the night. It's that time of the stream. We're looking at weird cryptids. I don't know if there's a content warning for this. I'm not sure. It's kind of like a fun, you know, a fun little video for us to watch. But I guess. Oh, Shafiq is talking about the root here. The past stuff they produced was great, but their newest stuff is coming out since most of the staff walked. The name still exists, but it has no teeth and is much less radical. Oh, okay. I got you. Love the background music. It has a really nice vibe. I appreciate that. This is a mix of Nintendo 64 jungle tunes. So check that out. There's a link to it in the chat if you want to listen on your own time. I do love this. Lucia Everblack.
DJ Muel Ego Hi. You are the rootinest. Tootin' Street. Gosh darn cutenest streamer round these parts.
Well, thank you, Lucia. DJ Muel Ego. Thank you so much for the 8-month sub, and thank you so much for stopping by. Gang, please go and show some love to Lucia Everblack. She is gorgeous. She is beautiful. She's a witch. And she's gay. Can you believe it? It did kill the rhyme. That kind of sucked, but I knew what you meant. I knew what you fucking meant. How you doing? What's going on? It's great to see you. We're just about to look at some weird cryptids. It's going to be fun, I think. I was just about to mention the fact, speaking of subscribing, I was just about to mention the fact that I am doing my job right now. This is my full-time job. This Saturday, by the way, gang, at 7 p.m. UK time, we are going to be watching 2 films. If you do the movie night command in chat, you will see that by hitting £400, which is the halfway point through the month, through the dono goal for the month, we have unlocked movie night. We're going to be watching a film called Rebel D Words for lesbians and David Lynch's Dune on Saturday night in the Discord. It's going to be very fun. It's going to be very gay. It's going to be very cool. I'm very excited to spend some time with you watching that. And if we get to the full £800 of the month, we are gonna be having a Gandalf cosplay stream where I cosplay as Gandalf, the gay, and play Battle for Middle-earth 2, just as a little laugh. That's gonna be fun, innit? So there you go. I do ask you to consider please subscribing off of Twitch, and you can do that by hitting up the Streamlabs tip link in the chat, because Twitch takes 50% of all our dough, and they are absolutely dog shit at making this platform bearable, at the very least, for marginalized streamers. So consider that when supporting the stream. But there's the spiel. It's done. It's gone. I've done it. I've not. That's it. I'm not going to mention it anymore. I might mention it a little bit in an hour or something. I don't know. But yeah, let me just real quick get this scene transitioned, and we're in. It's Weird Cryptids. We're watching a Weird Cryptid video. That's the video we're watching. Strap in, strap on, and drop out.
Welcome back to the Budget Museum. Or at least, what was the Budget Museum? You see, these have been hard times for a museum that does not exist, and I might have done a few wrong things. Tax evasion, money laundering, fraud, and in return, my museum license has been taken away. But don't fret, because I have something just as good. Introducing the Budget Emporium. Step right in to see creatures you've never seen before. That's because, although I can't talk about real
Hey, Cryptid, what's going on?
I can
you got here just in time, yeah.
That science has not yet accepted as reality. For anyone unaware,
yeah, like, you know, I'm less interested in, like, promoting channels like this because I don't think they're, like, explicitly leftist or anything like that. Like, I want to concentrate on, like, helping leftist creators, so don't feel like you have to like or subscribe this video, chat. We're going to watch this. We're going to have a laugh about it. But, yeah. There's a link in the chat if you want to support this person. So there you go.
These creatures, called cryptids, are animals in the cryptozoology pseudoscience. Creatures without any scientific evidence to back their existence, but plenty of folklore and legend. Think Bigfoot.
It doesn't feel like ironic watching. I might actually sub to this channel. If you like it, you like it. That's up to you. If you want a link, that's cool.
But unfortunately, due to my budget, I was unable to afford any of these high-profile cryptids. So I've instead opted for the stupidest and most outlandish and hair-raising monsters you've ever seen.
Muel, are you telling me I wasn't supposed to subscribe to the reincarnated Chinese weather wizard? That was a bad shout. You need to unsubscribe from that guy immediately, yes.
Are you ready for oodles of fun and fright? Then let's get started.
The Fiji mermaid.
Mermaids are one of the more well-known mythological creatures. Starting in ancient times, the idea of fish people has always amazed humans. And they've been searching for them ever since.
You know, they like literally came from like those myths. They came from manatees and walruses. And I'm just like, whenever I hear that, whenever I'm reminded of that, I just kind of think like, how fucking drunk did like a sailor have to be to fuck a walrus? You know? That's fucked up. That's some fucked up shit.
Chris Columbus swore he saw a mermaid while sailing to the New World, but this was probably a manatee.
Yep.
And on conspiracy channels and documentaries, you will find plenty of people still searching for mermaids. Now, physical evidence for mermaids is a bit more hard to find.
Walruses got nice mustaches. Jail!
Exist. Yet people have attempted to show their mermaid specimens, the most famous of which was P.T. Barnum's Fiji mermaid. Behold, the mermaid, restored to its beauty.
Oh my god.
Just look at that face. Now, if you can't tell already...
Yeah, P.T. Barnum was like a legit con artist, right? Like, that was what he was all about, yeah?
This thing is composed of the body of a fish with the torso of a primate sunan. Back in the day, it was convincing enough for many Americans who came to Barnum's attraction in droves to view the specimen. Many were probably enticed by newspaper ads showing an illustration of the creature, only to see, once again, this. Of course, nowadays, no one is fooled by these creatures, and copies of Barnum's original can be seen around the world.
And an abusive fuck as well? Oh god.
As more of a charming novelty. I personally someday hope to find a Fiji mermaid as a way to round out the...
And he was racist.
But the
like,
real...
that, you know, I appreciate it when people are like, yeah, this guy was racist, but like, that's a given, right? That is a given. Like, if you're showing me a guy that looks like this, like a guy that looks like this from that time, there's no way he wasn't racist. Like, everybody was fucking racist. Everybody's racist now. You think they weren't racist back then?
Fiji mermaid. Behold, the mermaid.
Chat, you're telling me this guy was racist. I don't believe it. Look at him. How could he be racist?
T. Barnum's Fiji mermaid. Just look at that face. Now, if you can't tell already, this...
Like, people are like, oh, that guy was racist, you know, he can't, like, you know... Like, yeah, no shit.
Thing is composed of the body of a fish with the torso of a primate sunan. Back in the day, it was convincing enough for many Americans who came to Barnum's attraction in droves to view the specimen. Many were probably
That's just Hugh Jackman.
by newspaper ads showing an illustration of the creature, only to see, once again, this. Of course, nowadays, no one is fooled by these creatures, and copies of Barnum's original can be seen around the world in various places as more of a charming novelty. I personally someday hope to find a Fiji mermaid as a way to round out the home. But the real mystery now is what actually happened to the original fake. It's presumed that Barnum's mermaid was lost in either of the two museums it was stored in, both of which burned down. But a few places around the world claim to have the original, from Coney Island.
Neither this one or any of the other pictures of the actual mermaid, so it's not even like a whole thing. Budget Museum, you love their work. This is like a good channel and shit, DJ?
To the Peabody Museum. Of course, all of these are probably just chasing the fame and glory of, might I remind you, a monkey stuck to a fish. Now, here's a few cryptids which are supposed to be taken as jokes.
Okay.
Fearsome critters is a catch-all term for animals made up by Americans at the turn of the 20th century, which are supposed to be completely unbelievable and silly. These mythical animals were usually made up on the spot by lumberjacks in the Great Lakes region as campfire jokes, or maybe ways to haze new lumberjacks with outrageous stories they are meant to believe. Since then, a few have been made modern American folklore.
What is it? What is this that like P.T. Barnum has done? I was gonna say Hugh Jackman. What is this that like P.T. Barnum has done that's like you know, abuse or whatever? That people are saying like fuck P.T. Barnum and stuff. Like, what is that? What's going on? What happened? Dr. Zeus made many cartoon cryptids. Yeah, I believe that. Their low end having only really pushed their YouTube channel in the past couple of years. Earnest joy from the creator for the animals and oddities they cover. Oh, that's kind of nice. Yeah, I love that. Oh, hell yeah.
Such as the jackalope or the hide behind.
Yeah, like I heard about the jackalope. I didn't know that was like legit made up. Oh, he ran a circus. Oh, and freak shows. Yeah, that is extremely fucked up. Yeah. Oh, that is extremely fucked up. Absolutely, yeah.
But I feel that some of the better ones are critters which are not so well known. Just imagine, on a dark forest night, the grizzled men around you tell you the stories of terrors like the goofus, a species of bird said to fly backwards, or the fur-bearing trout, who grows a hairy coat it uses to survive its cold environment.
Oh my god, does like Evil Fluffy Tuna know about this? I got a streamer friend called Evil Fluffy Tuna that you should go and follow because he's lovely, but like I don't know if he actually knows about this. I'm gonna fucking that's funny as fuck. I love that shit. Is that a euphemism? I don't know. Fur-bearing trout. Greatest Showman, cool film, but that sanitized his legacy. The film is 100% fiction. The Greatest Showman is about him. So that's why people were making Hugh Jackman jokes. Very rare. Very rare. Jenny Nicholson has an ASMR for stroking a furry trout video. Oh my god, that is funny. I love that. Oh my god. Well, I hate that fucking film anyway. You know? Did Barnum coin the phrase, there's a sucker born every minute? Oh, what a piece of shit. Holy fuck.
who grows a hairy coat it uses to survive its cold environment. And of course, the legendary hoop snake. Name is self-explanatory.
The Ouroboros. I've heard about spring-heeled Jack.
Among the world of cryptids, you have a few humanoids, a few animals, so what could be more terrifying than combining those things into a normal guy dressed up as an
No, just a guy.
No, it's not Batman, but it's the great spring-heeled Jack, the leaping horror of London. Okay, so maybe this is stretching the rules of cryptids a bit. I mean, this guy sort of just looks like a guy.
It's just a
but
guy.
I still include him due to his mysteriousness and unnatural abilities. Starting in the 1830s, women across London told stories of a man who would attack them. His description varies.
The way that this is drawn is so disconcerting. What is going on with like his mouth? Like it's like he's wearing a mask, I think. And like there's like a shield over this lady's head. And then it like obviously these are just like tassels of his cloak or whatever. But it kind of looks like he's got a jetpack on because of like the smoke from the gun. There's some kind of cartoon in the late 90s, early 90s that featured spring-heeled Jack in one episode. I remember that, Chloe. What was that? Guy in the window, yeah, about to shoot his wife. Yeah. Yeah. It dwells in my head a lot that we haven't really progressed from freak shows and Carnivale, especially in the area of lol cows and people doing awful things to be famous on YouTube. Yeah, that shit sucks. Yeah, absolutely agree, Thor. Yeah.
But supposedly he wore a cloak with a tight-fitting shirt and boots, had long claws and red eyes like fireballs on a gruesome face. His signature...
It's just like a game of telephone with stuff like this, though, isn't it? You know what I mean? Oh, Jackie Chan Adventures. I watch that all the time. Yeah. Oh, shit. I'm gonna have to watch Jackie Chan Adventures now.
Powers seem to be vomiting blue and white.
I'm not gonna do that. It's not gonna happen. I'm gonna forget about it in literally a minute. In a minute, I'm not even gonna remember that cartoon exists.
Flames, which he didn't do very well because there's no cases of him actually burning anybody. And of course, his incredible ability to jump pretty far in the air. I mean, yeah, I can't jump over tall fences, but I expected more from a supernatural being. Over the decades of the 19th century,
Chloe
Spring-heeled Jack would spend his time lunging upon people, looking at them all creepy, and vomiting mildly frightening heaps of fire towards them.
What?
So, what was the origin behind this odd jumping character? Before the legend even spread, there were multiple cases of women being attacked by a weird man, so it must be a bit...
No, you don't say. In 18th century London?
More than just complete myth, right? Well, some really do think it's just a case of mass hysteria, a condition where groups of people...
It's not mass hysteria. It's gonna be like actual, you know, sexual assault of women by men, and then a guy makes something up like, oh, it was a demon. I didn't do it. It was a demon. You know?
Will suddenly just lose their minds for a while. But there are also theories of spring-heeled Jack.
Also, like the word hysteria comes from the root, like histo, I think, which is to do with women and the ovaries and the womb and stuff. And hysteria was like legitimately a term that was used to say that like women be crazy, basically. That was what they were saying. So important to remember that.
In fact, being many Jacks. It's possible this was a group of young aristocratic men playing tricks on the public for a good laugh.
Ah, yes, playing tricks on the public, such as you know, abducting women, accosting women, you know, calling sexual assault accusation hysteria is a bit yikes. Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. Hysteria was treated with cocaine. Maybe, probably, don't know. Womb hysteria, womb literally moving around like a little guy. Is that what it was about? Is that what it meant? Oh my god. It gets used a lot more for women even now. Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely, yeah. Yeah, when are you gonna tell, like, when do you ever hear, like, a man say to another man he's being hysterical? Right? Doesn't happen. They thought the womb got up and wandered around the body, making women mentally ill. Jesus. About on par for a lot of prank channels? Yeah.
Of course, I don't know how the power of the prank fueled these men to jump 9 feet in the air or spew fire, but those might just be exaggerated details.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay. So this one struck me
Oklahoma Octopus, let's go.
Atlas Obscura, which by the way is a great book if you ever want to see the less well-known places you can travel to. Anyways, on one page they show many of the lake monsters of the United States.
Oh, yes.
There are some pretty familiar shapes here. You have plenty of plesiosaurs, a few humanoids, some pretty spooky turtles, and then boom, octopus. Yes, supposedly in the deep abyss of lakes in Oklahoma, there lives monstrous freshwater octopi, malicious monsters who drown unsuspecting swimmers. After all, if there was no giant evil octopus, why have drownings in Oklahoma risen in 2020, the most inconspicuous year in history? Now, an octopus doesn't...
The most inconspicuous year in human history.
seem too ridiculous. I mean, it's no hoop snake. You might even be asking, why can't octopi live in freshwater lakes? Well, like many saltwater animals, octopi are adapted solely for the high salinity of the ocean. An octopus's body is designed to pump out salt and conserve pure water. If they were in freshwater, they would essentially absorb too much water and die.
Whoa,
So
what
they
the
would
fuck?
have
I
to
didn't know
undergo
that.
A complete morphological change to live in such an environment. Also, come on, lake octopi. Out of all the animals to be in a landlocked state, you have one which only lives in the ocean and doesn't even pose a threat to people? That's like having a big ape in the middle of the Rocky Mountains. Oh. So here it is. As we near the alleyway of great horrors science cannot explain, I present you with one of the most terrifying. Behold, the pard.
Wow, this is gonna get me banned? His fucking balls are just out. This one's got his balls just straight out. What the fuck?
The pard, as its frightening name suggests, is a mystical and deadly feline whose appearance dates back to ancient culture. The pard's existence is also meant to explain the existence of an actual
The pard? The pingus?
beast, the leopard. You see, somehow the ancient world just never saw two leopards reproduce, because they thought that the leopard was a sterile hybrid creature, like mules. You see,
like me? God, I wish I was sterile. Fucking hell.
Leopard is obviously a degenerative, wretched animal, and the bastard offspring of a female lioness and a pard. Thus the name.
No, I know that, like, fresh and saltwater fish, I know that they can't, like, I know that saltwater fish can't go in freshwater and freshwater fish can't go in saltwater. I just did not know that that was how how octopi specifically lived. Yeah. Essentially.
Leopard.
This is so ridiculous, by the way.
This deplorable creature is a complete downgrade from our mighty pard. Allegedly, when a male...
No, yeah, I was just about to say that, Drakeson. I could just get a vasectomy in it, yeah.
A lion would see his lioness making love to the pard, they would freak out and become enraged. And you know what? I understand. If your girlfriend cheated on you with this guy, you would have some serious and concerning answers to ask yourself. Eventually, as humanity reached the medieval era, the pard became more than just a cat. Soon, they were supernatural.
I love that fucking face. It's so good. I love this shit. Look at that face right there. And they called it the pard. Brilliant. Medieval bestiaries are mad. Yeah, this is so odd, right? Just like so bizarre. Didn't people think barnacles were a bird egg? What? Maybe? Yeah, he's also got a tattoo. Look at that. He's got a tattoo right there. My face when I find a pard in my garden and it won't leave. Yeah, that's right. Love the era of zoology where it was just like, yeah, just make it up. Whatever. Who cares? Right.
Beings, evil and malicious killers. It was said that even the Antichrist himself takes the form of what else but the pard. Eventually, however, people would realize that leopards can reproduce, and legend of the pard fell into the sands of time.
Okay, that's pretty good.
This video was really interesting because cryptids, even these hilarious ones, are still fascinating to study.
Yeah.
On this channel, I usually cover real animals who are the products of nature, but these are instead the product of the human mind trying to answer questions to amaze itself.
I feel like calling someone a pard is offensive. Yeah. It does sound like an offensive term, doesn't it? It like if you're gonna call someone a pard, it's like, I don't know, like what are you trying to say to them? Do you know what I mean? Like what is that? Where's that come from, right?
I mean, why are people drowning in my lake? Or where are all the mermaids of legend? The ways people imagine even the most outrageous creatures is fascinating. So although you should not believe in cryptids, certainly appreciate them as little pieces of folklore and man's imagination.
Listen, I'm not listening to you. I'm gonna believe in cryptids. You can't tell me what to do.
Oh, and
Who
the
does this
final
person
monster
think they are?
is Veggie Man. Half man, half produce.
This is me. This is me after I do the same amount of weed that Kara Chats did last night. That's me.
Trust me, I've seen him. Thank you for watching.
Okay. What the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened? Okay, right. All right. Okay. You love rain frogs? They're tiny angry potatoes. Did an adorable video on rain frogs. Well, listen, I got another video for us to watch. Green so good, mouth so dry. She did like half a weed. Half a kilo? I can't believe it. So I wanted to watch after that. Specifically, I wanted to watch this because it's kind of related, right? This is a channel called Hochelaga. I don't know much about it, but I saw it come up on my feed, on my YouTube feed, the RSS feed. And I'm gonna check it out. By the way, if you want to support that, person, please go drop them a subscribe, give them a like, watch the video on mute in a different tab, because I think a lot of people like that channel, and that's kind of nice. If it's cute, if it's good content, go show them some love. Rest in poggers. Rest in poggers, Kira. A thread of medieval animals that look nothing like real animals because the artist had never seen them. I can't click on that because my Twitter timeage has gone out. So we're gonna watch a Hochelaga video called "The Demon Doodles of 1565" because it's kind of related to cryptids, right? Kind of related. You've already watched all these, DJ. Let's change it. Let's change the title here. All right, that's a good title. That's a good title to go with, I think. Right. Let's check this out.
Paris, 1565. On the bustling streets of the French capital, a strange new book has everybody talking.
Hochelaga. I'm just going to keep saying it like Hochelaga.
Whilst it looks unassuming from the outside, on the inside, it's full of bizarre...
I'm just going to keep saying it as Hochelage.
...and fantastical creatures. Many of these monsters are comical,
oh my god. Oh my fucking... breasts!
Absurd and amusing poses. Others are a little more disturbed,
about to get banned,
with unnerving expressions and emotionless, hollow faces. Curiously, there are no words to accompany.
This guy right here, that one right there, I love that little guy. That's just me. That's just me in goblin mode, Your Honor. Look at these cute beans. You could sell those as toys in the 80s. Yeah, you could. You know, and we were criticizing last night We were criticizing last night the early CGI. We were saying, this is so cursed. Why did they do so many clowns? Right? Billy Plug. I fucking love this shit so much. It's just something like extra creative about this as well, you know? There's something extra creative about this that I just love. It's like this one on the left here. It looks like a Dark Crystal thing. Yeah, they do look like real monsters. OG Deviant art. That's literally it. Yeah, that's literally it. Rejected Sesame Street characters. Yeah.
Of 120 unique monsters.
Oh fucking hell yeah! Look at this guy on the right. He's got his spatula hooked over his arm, ready to cook whenever he needs. He's got a sprig of celery for seasoning. Not seasoning, for flavor. You know, gonna brown that up inside himself. He's ready to cook food inside him. You know?
500 years later, this obscure book is one of the oddest things I've ever come across. It's difficult to make sense of, especially as almost nothing is known about the book's origin.
Hell yeah.
Although I have my own ideas.
Just
beneath
a pothead.
These whimsical sketches lie hidden messages that poke fun at the powers that be.
It's the pot guy from Elden Ring. It's the pot guy from Elden Ring. That's right.
Strange Christian art. This episode, the Demon Doodles of 1565.
Yeah. I love it. I love it already.
The actual name of this book is The Drolatic Dreams of Pantagruel.
Okay.
It's not the most catchy of titles, I have to admit, but it's fun to say. Drolatic is another word for amusing or funny.
Ooh.
So the book kind of
new
means
word just
the
dropped.
Amusing Dreams of Pantagruel. Pantagruel is the name of a giant, and the
I hope to God every single one of my streams is drolatic.
Main character of a popular 16th century book called The Horrible and Terrifying Deeds and Words of the Very Renowned Pantagruel, King of Despodes, son of the great giant Gargantua, or for short, Pantagruel. It's the first book in a series of 5. They tell the story of 2 giants and their comical misadventures. So, going back to our Demon Doodles, these amusing sketches illustrate
based on droll, I would assure. Ah, yeah, for sure. Or maybe that's where droll comes from, you know?
Pantagruel's dreams. By the look of things, his dreams were very, very vivid.
Oh my fucking God. That's just like me going goblin mode when I used to drink, Your Honor. That's literally just me.
We have an elephant holding a weather vane, a bagpipe playing itself, a demonic backpack, and of course, a musical turnip. This is what happens when you eat cheese before bed.
I love the backpack guy. The backpack guy is my favorite, to be honest. The bagpipe playing itself is a little odd. Got a little penis there. A little scary. You know? And that's a violent looking penis that the bagpipe guy's got. But you know, the previous cut and hatch style, a big influence on Miura. Yeah, well, you can see the hatch. You can see the hatch shading in these. This is like a style that came from the 1500s. So awesome. Actually, very viable Berserk apostles. Well, didn't he get a lot of inspiration from this time period? He got a lot of inspiration from this time period and like Hieronymus Bosch. Like that's why it was like that's why the eclipse is literally like a Hieronymus Bosch depiction of hell. It's just like a bunch of people getting eaten, isn't it? You know?
Some of these doodles remind me of the
guy in a game. Put him in a game.
Bosch, one of my
someone else said it. Hieronymus Bosch. Yeah.
Favorite artists who created these disturbing hellscapes full of grotesque monsters. His creations were in turn based on
there's a Bosch painting he redrew in one chapter. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Medieval art and the various creatures found in the margins of manuscripts. These illustrated borders are known as drolleries, which is probably why our book has the word drolleries in the title. Whoever our demon doodler was, they were clearly inspired by the fantastical art of the time. As these drawings were based on a comedy book series, I suspect that each one of these sketches contains a hidden joke. As there's no text, each one of these bizarre images
Oh my god, these are fucking memes from the 1500s. That's exactly what this is. That's exactly what this is. This guy on the left with the massive, like, mouth and the penis hole. That's just like, oh, here comes that boy. Oh shit, what up? That's just that. You know?
Is a puzzle that can be solved. So, let's try to figure out the meaning behind some of them. One of the first things I noticed when looking through this book is that
Cannon penis, yeah.
Many of these creatures have fancy outfits, from the one dressed in a scholar's uniform to lavish suits of armour, and the one who looks a bit like Gandalf. But my eye was drawn to this one in particular, a goblin in a dress.
Oh, hell yeah, chat. It's goblin time. It's goblin hour. Let's fucking go. I knew there was going to be a goblin in this video. I knew it. I fucking knew it.
The doodle reminds me of this painting, The Ugly Duchess by Quentin Matsys. Painted around 1513, it's a rather unfortunate portrait of a woman. I mean, I guess the name of the painting explains all. Perhaps reassuringly, this unflattering portrait was not of a real duchess. Instead, it's believed to be a joke painting. It makes fun of people who refuse to dress their age, attempting to look young well into retirement.
That's kind of ageist.
Maybe our goblin in a dress is making a similar joke, inspired by the painting of the Ugly Duchess. Drawing a grotesque creature in an exquisite outfit is one way to make fun of the nobility.
True.
There are plenty of doodles that seem to have a similar punchline. This one features another demon in a dress. Behind her veil.
That's just me when I'm having an anxious day. That's all that is. That's just me when I'm wearing my hoodie when I go to the shop.
You can see
and my mask.
Her shrunken
but my nose is in the mask.
Eyes and large hook-like nose poking out. Whoever our mysterious demon doodler was, they seemed really interested in fashion.
That's me.
This has led many to speculate that it was the French illustrator Francois Desprez. He had previously
see you later, Lyra. Thank you for being here.
Cataloguing all the different kinds of unique outfits from around the world. You can see that the layout and style is very similar to the Drolatic Dreams. Perhaps it was the same person. It's difficult to tell.
Yeah, a little bit worrying with the hook-like noses. That is a that's a bit of a worry, gotta say. I mean, anti-Semitism was extremely popular around this time as well. You know, the witch hunts and all that shit.
Whoever was behind our drawings, looking at the clothing might help us understand the meaning behind some of them. For example, this one. Although the first thing you'll notice is its eerily hollow face with an agonized expression.
I love this guy.
Aside from that detail, it's dressed in a rather pleasant outfit, kitted with a long flowing shoulder cape, and down by its side, there's a wide-brimmed hat with the tassels tied around the body of the creature. This demon is dressed as a member of the clergy, with garments worn by Catholic priests at the time, from the same distinctive shoulder cape to the large hat. If I add a little bit of colour to the drawing, you might see the similarity.
Okay.
In fact, there are two other doodles just like this one.
Oh shit, look at that!
Outfits, both with those same wide-looking hats as before. Another one is dressed up like a cardinal, a high-ranking member of the church. You can tell this again.
Okay, they're taking the piss out of the clergy in the 1500s. I love this. This is basically like anti-fascist art of the 1500s. I love this shit.
Again, by the hat. I like this one. He appears to have forgotten something, although you might overlook the fact that he's wielding a giant knife. For some reason, our illustrator dressed his demons as members of the Catholic Church.
I wonder why.
This might make sense when you consider the historical context. These pictures were made during a period known as the Reformation, when a growing number of Christians started to protest against the Catholic Church. These Protestants were unhappy with the way things were being run and began to form churches of their own. Such religious disputes escalated into bloody conflicts, especially in France, which had collapsed into civil war 3 years prior. Violent clashes between Catholic and Protestant mobs were known to erupt on the streets of Paris. Gruesome incidents like the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre of 1572 showed just how deadly these religious differences could end up being. This dark backdrop shines some light.
Yeah, it's sectarian rather than anti-church. Yeah, that's what it is, yeah.
On our drawings. By the look of things, these images were most likely intended for French Protestants who felt aggrieved by the Catholic Church. By dressing these demons as members of the clergy, it secretly makes fun of them. Now, I love a proverb, and as part of my research, I came across this old French saying, the outfit doesn't make the monk. It's normally meant to say that
l'habit ne fait pas le moine
can be deceiving. Perhaps these doodles are trying to illustrate this idea literally.
Anonymous Bosch. Yeah, that's exactly what this is. Reminds me of my trip to Ecuador. There's a lot of depictions of Satan because they felt that after the way imperialists brought them religion, that Satan was the good guy.
We've seen so far that this curious book contains hidden jokes at the expense of the nobility
Goblin
and the
guy.
religious divides of the day. Whilst I've tried to explain the meaning of some of them, I'm at a loss to explain most of the others. Either way, I thought I'd share some of my favourite doodles that this book has to offer. Like a bell stuck on a shrub, a snail human with a human snail, Humpty Dumpty with a halberd, a jester on stilts, and finally a barrel with a knife. These sketches are more light-hearted and don't seem to be politically charged. I mean, what could be the hidden messages behind this one? Are there any? Your guess is as good as mine. The drolatic dreams of Pantagruel, or as I like to call them, the demon doodles of 1565.
It was all going well until the snail. It was literally all going well until the snail. I don't want to see that.
Is such a unique collection of drawings. These 120 sketches are so fantastically bizarre.
Hey, you know what I've noticed? The this here, I don't know if you can see, you can't see my mouse, but on the bell guy, on its little hand, right, where it's like that or some shit, right? That little symbol, it's the Star of Lamont. And it was also on the pard. Do you remember the pard's tattoo? Snail guy's 100% a joke about the night fighting off snail droplets and illuminations. Wait, what? Snails beat night. It all comes together. Lamat's back. Lamat's back, baby. It's Lamat all the way down. He's showing us. He's showing us. He's showing us he's existed for years. That's what it is. Google medieval snail illuminations? I don't think I will. No thanks.
And tap into the weird art of Hieronymus Bosch.
He did say you'll see it everywhere, yeah.
From medieval manuscripts. Whoever the illustrator was, they had...
No, you don't understand. There's no such thing as a lot less creepy when it comes to snails for me. I despise snails. They are fucking disgusting. I don't want to look at them. I don't want to be near them. Get them away from me. That's it. I love everything. I love all of God's creatures, right? Snails, slugs, stay away from me. Don't look at me. Don't touch me.
Fantastic.
No, it's okay. Like, I'm not offended. Don't worry.
Imagination. And a sense of humour, too. Some of these drawings make fun of the powers that be. In a time of religious divide and political uncertainty, perhaps a good way to cope with it all is to simply laugh. In this way, maybe these sketches are
Wait, what?
Very fun.
You've been covering that clown? An Aussie streamer I watch covered him and went down a rabbit hole trying to figure out what he was on about with Lamont. Wait, DJ, what do you mean? Ludo, it's too late. I went, Uzumaki is one of my favorites. The snail, Slug Girl. I actually appreciate Slug Girl and the snail arc in Uzumaki because it accurately represents my fear of slugs and snails. Don't go to New Zealand. Why? Have they got massive snails down there? I can understand that as sea snails as well. Any kind of snail. Literally any kind of snail. I'm like, looking at my floor to make sure. There's never been slugs or snails in this house, and I'm just like terrified. Oh god. The snail people in Uzumaki were absolutely horrifying. Yeah, that was so bad. So bad. It's just that Tim is there. They have giant snails. Oh, fuck that. Oh! Everything about that is fucked. Everything about that is fucked. I hate that. I hate them so much. I don't wish them any harm. I don't wish them any harm. Just get them the fuck away from me. Do you know what I mean? Get them the fuck away from me.
First, political cartoons. Regardless of the meaning of these doodles, or lack thereof, it's fitting that they were supposed to be dreamt up by a maniacal giant. They're indeed the stuff of fantasy, strange beings that inhabit the realm of dreams, or nightmares, depending on your perspective. Hey.
No. Yeah. That is the guy. Yeah, Lord Josh Allen. Yeah. DJ, I meant like which streamer were you watching? Because I'd love to watch that person's that person lose their minds. You must have been aggressive against the Elden Beast. I didn't really strike me as like a snail, to be honest. It just kind of looked like a weird dragon kind of thing, you know? I'm the same with big and chunky spiders. Yeah. Yeah, like I don't have like arachnophobia, and I don't have like any other kind of phobia really of like animals or anything, but like snails is like the one that I am with. I think it is molluscophobia. I think JMM is right, and I've spoken about this before, but like octopuses, octopi, and like clams and shit like that freak me the fuck out. You thought it was like a nudibranch. You know what? It does kind of look like a nudibranch. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I'd be interested to see someone else's take on him, yeah. Real Radharm streams Aussie late nights, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. UK time. Okay, I gotta check that out, DJ. Yeah, I gotta check that guy. I gotta check that person's out. That person out, because I gotta see somebody else react to Lamat. I need it. I need it in my life. Gree will be interested in that. Gree will also be interested in that. I also hate worms. I'm okay with worms because they're like... Do you know what it is? Do you know what it is about snails? I saw a video of a snail once and it made it even worse for me. And it's where a snail eats a worm. Like eats an earthworm. Not good. Not a good time. Worms are friends. Yeah, I'm fine with worms. I had a friend who was deathly afraid of bugs. We went to watch King Kong without knowing. Oh, God, no, that sucks. You need someone else to react so you know you didn't imagine Josh. Yeah, defo. You need to see that. I am not watching that on this channel. You go watch it. You go watch it on your own time. Fuck that. Oh, yeah, bobbit worms. They're gross. Bristle worms, bloodworms. Those kinds of worms, yeah. Grim. Earthworms, no problem. I agree, Thoristar. Yeah. Not a fan. Not a fan. Maggots, do you like that? I'm okay with maggots. I don't know what it is. I'm fine with maggots. I can literally have like a maggot on my finger. It's like, whatever. What are you going to do, bro? You know? You can eat snails, if I remember. I wonder what you would have to do to make them edible. I actually know how to make snails, but I've never eaten them because I would just not. I wouldn't be fine with having them in my house. And also, I don't want to upset the vegans in chat, you know? Those sort of worms are genuinely gross. That's not a phobia. Yeah, true. Hey, Fish, how you doing? What's going on? French call it escargot, yeah. Even the giant African earthworm mule. Okay, now I gotta Google that. Thanks, now I gotta Google that. Oh, no, that's not okay. Oh, nothing about that is good. Nothing about that is fine. No, I hate those two. Good night. Good Goodbye. Thank you. Ew. Yeah, let's change the subject. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, like I said, I don't wish any harms. I don't wish any harms on any of these animals. Just keep them away from me. I don't want anything to do with them. Like, do not show them to me. You know? Right, okay. There's another video I want to watch by this guy. That was kind of fun. I'm going to subscribe to this guy. I'm going to like this guy's videos. We're going to share the link in chat. There you go. Go support him if you want. There's another one.
Hello.
This is that
Welcome
video
back
again.
to the Budget Museum.
This is that video again. Where was it? This is it. People were talking about Hieronymus Bosch. We're gonna watch a video on Hieronymus Bosch.
There is no other artist quite like Hieronymus Bosch. Whilst Da Vinci was finishing the Mona Lisa and Michelangelo was decorating the Sistine Chapel, this Dutch painter was conjuring up nightmarish hellscapes full of grotesque and nonsensical creatures. But why did
this is basically just the eclipse. This is just the eclipse. Like, everything about this is the eclipse.
Artist create such disturbing paintings? Are they the product of a lively imagination, or are they the result of a troubled mind afflicted by intense and frightening hallucinations? Let's investigate the paintings of Hieronymus Bosch and get a glimpse of the artist behind his strange and unsettling work. Very little is known about the life of...
Also, like, this is just proof that, like, the Dutch were smoking weed way before they decriminalized it. You know what I mean? For a start, who calls themselves Hieronymus? That's just a made-up name. This guy smoked too much weed and called himself Hieronymus. Pretty cool, pretty base to, like, come up with your own name and call yourself that. But, like, it's extremely, extremely, what do you call it when someone is, like, I can't find the word for it. Up their own arse? You know what I mean? And also the stuff that he wrote. It's a weed country. It's a weed language. And this guy is made of weed.
Of Hieronymus Bosch. Even his portrait, which you can see now, was made 30 years after his death. We do know that he was born sometime during the mid-1400s, and probably spent most of his life...
Hieronymus is a Greek name. He made that up. He made up that part of history.
Dutch town of 's-Hertogenbosch.
He is zonked. Pretentious is the word, Cryptid. That's right. Pretentious piece of shit, calling himself that name.
He grew up in a time of deep religious anxiety. In late medieval Christianity, ideas about sin, death, and the devil were becoming more sophisticated, and descriptions of hell, like in Dante's Inferno, were becoming more vivid. There was a genuine fear that demonic forces lived amongst the population, a fear that led to the first European witch hunts, something that would only increase in the coming centuries. This was the spiritual environment that Hieronymus Bosch emerged from, one where devotion and fear were intertwined. It is clear to have affected him deeply, as a preoccupation with sin and punishment pervade.
The virgin modern Dutch names like Martin versus the Chad medieval Dutch names like Hieronymus, right? More like Hieronymus Bosch lads. This is just something that started to like creep in a little bit more nowadays, and I don't know why more leftists aren't like pushing back on this, but like, you know, I'm not going to like ban people for it or anything like that, but please just be mindful of using gendered grouping words like guys or lads. You know, some people can feel a little bit like excluded by that stuff, so just be mindful of that, please. Seen a couple people do it in chat, and it's just like, yeah, just think about other people, you know? I know it's like a bit of a meme. I know it's like a bit of a meme to say lads and shit like that, but just you know, just remember.
Let's start with his most well-known painting, The Garden of Earthly Delights. It's a triptych with 3 panels.
This is literally an amazing picture, by the way. All memes aside, this fucking art is like phenomenal. And I actually do really love Hieronymus Bosch's work. I always have. I've been fascinated by it ever since I was young. I've got books of it. Those are the only books that I read, by the way, the ones with pictures. That's why I read so much fucking manga. But yeah, it's just like, yeah, fucking, I am so down for that. Like, look at these absolutely bizarre structures and like the creativity to come up with this shit back in the day is like, I love it. And you know, when like I you know, there are people, I guess, who are making art nowadays, and it must be really hard to not take on influences because there are so many influences around us. And this guy, you know, was coming up with stuff, and he had obviously very few influences other than, like, you know, some of the other weird stuff that had little influences around them at the time, right? I once again ask who was funding this, because this shit wasn't cheap. Yeah, for sure. Unto every generation a Geiger is born. Yeah, I agree. You think you lost your Bosch book in the move? Oh, Birdie, that sucks. No way. Bit like an AI algorithm. No, it's so much better than that. The AI algorithms are like this. It's one of those things I wish I could desperately pick the brain of an artist. I need to know if the idea was pre-planned or sketched out ahead of time, if the whole thing was just winging it. This is it, right? This is it. Imagine if you could interview this guy. God, that would be so good. That's the only thing that makes me wish that an afterlife was real, because imagine all the conversations that you could have with people like Hieronymus Bosch and be like, yo, like, well, what were you thinking, man? Like, what were you on? Definitely inspired both Junji Ito and Kentaro Miura in a form or another. Absolutely, I agree. Yeah. You never seen this before, Fish? Yeah, this is like a famous painting. Yeah, Garden of the Earthly Delights. Yeah. Hey, Juice, what's going on? I was literally talking about earlier about the presidential election campaign success of, what's his name? Is it Ernesto? I can't remember the guy that just got in your in Colombia. So buzzing for you. That guy's pretty good. That guy said some pretty based shit up on the old podium there. So yeah, you thought I'd see the news? Yeah. Buzzing.
Depicting 3 unusual
Gustavo Petro, that's the guy. Yeah, that's the guy's name. Yeah.
Scenes. The first, on the left here, is based on the biblical story of Adam and Eve. Set in the Garden of Eden, we can see familiar animals like elephants and giraffes. But just below them is a freakish bipedal dog creature.
Oh, Jesus.
Over here, a frog-mouthed bird eats a toad. And emerging out of this pool are hideous multi-headed reptiles. Even in paradise, there is already a sense of discord, anticipating the horrors that lie ahead. The middle panel is a non-biblical scene featuring hundreds of naked people frolicking in a lush garden. Strange organic structures dominate the background, giving an otherworldly feel to it. The level of detail is astonishing, but highlight.
If you like this art, by the way, there is a great film that you should watch called La Planète Sauvage, which is basically the Savage Planet, or there's a different name for it in English. I can't remember, but it's a really good, and some of the vegans in the chat are gonna love this. Look at what it would be like if humans were enslaved. And a lot of the art in that film is very much like Hieronymus Bosch. I only know the French spelling of it. I watched it in French. There's the spelling in the chat, La Planète Sauvage. But I can't remember what the English name is. For the fucking Fantastic Planet, that's what it is, K-Cat. Yes, spot on. Spot on. It is fucking brilliant. It is fucking brilliant. Yeah, very, very cool film. Yeah, that's it, DJ. Yeah.
Highlights include people crawling into this giant egg, a multi-legged dancing owl, and finally, a cute cat-like unicorn.
That one's got blue bollocks. Or is it shitting a blue thing? Every single one of these animals has like an asshole and balls. I hate that. Is it based on the All Tomorrows stuff? I don't know what that is, so maybe. I don't know. Planète Sausage. That's right. Those absolutely are its nuts. Movie night. Yeah, we could watch it for movie night. I'd be down for that. Oh my God, you're right. It's a pod. It's literally a pod. 30 to 50 blue ball feral hogs. Yeah. Hit us up with a link, Drakeson. Yeah.
Corn. The inhabitants of this panel seem to be indulging in acts of lust and gluttony, 2 of the 7 deadly sins. The last panel is a disturbing picture of hell, with all kinds of eccentric and horrific punishments. At the bottom, we have a pig dressed up in a nun's habit. It's attempting to get someone to sign a pact with the devil. This bird demon consumes its helpless victims and then defecates them.
Hang on a minute. Why are you talking about that?
With the devil. This bird demon.
Why are you talking about that and not the fucking crows that are flying out of his ass? Why are you talking about that, but not that? Why are you mentioning about that, but not that? That's what I want to know.
Consumes its helpless victims and then defecates them into the cesspool below. Over here, we have a demonic choir master leading a dirge.
Everything is so intense. Like,
below.
Like this fucking look. Like this thing's tongue is just like, ooh, asshole. Like it's going towards this ass. Has got a flute up his ass?
Here we have a demonic choir master leading a dirge, crucifying a man on a giant lyre. It also appears to be tattooing music onto someone's backside.
You missed the person being penetrated anally by flowers in the middle pane.
We put this to music, and it sounds.
There's just so much going on every frame. There's so much going on in every frame. Oh, someone actually played this music.
Dominating the center, we have the so-called tree man, named after his stumpy legs. Some believe that this face is a self-portrait of the artist. There are so many interpretations to this piece at large.
What's up with that? There's like a raccoon banging a drum with a guy inside there on the right. Wait, let's have a look. I fucking love Hieronymus Bosch. It's so good. Yeah, you're right, Juice. There's just a guy in this drum and he's hating it. He's fucking hating this shit. And this raccoon is just like, like twatting this drum. I love this so much. Oh, what a fucking guy.
Dominating the center, we have the so-called tree man, named after his stumpy legs. Some believe that this face is a self-portrait of the artist. There are so many interpretations to this piece at large, and all the little scenes have their own theological messages. You could spend hours deciphering even just one of them, but there's an idea that most people do agree upon. It's a warning against...
This would have been before they knew of raccoons. No, because they would, like, quote-unquote discover. They didn't discover it. They came upon Turtle Island, what is now known as the USA and the Americas, in 1492, and this guy was like, Hieronymus Bosch was about in like the 1500s.
It's lust and the pursuit of physical pleasure.
So I imagine there would have been at least some reports.
Death and punishment are the subjects of many of Bosch's paintings. This includes The Last Judgment, another triptych where he illustrates the apocalyptic scenes from the Book of Revelation.
Oh, hell yeah.
There are lots of non-biblical elements to this one.
It's shit like this that I love Bosch for. It's like, happy little guy, right? Just like a happy little guy. He's got like a little tin hat on with an arm coming out of it, with a sword and a couple of legs.
Small gnomes and a giant human-bird hybrid, but believe it or not, it's actually not too far off the source material. As we've seen from another video of mine, the original biblical texts include giant human-headed locusts with scorpion stingers. I guess Bosch is along the right lines. Painting after painting, Bosch conjures up horrific scenes, each more nonsensical than the last.
It's so creative though. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. It's beautiful in its horror, right? You know? Earthly Delights was painted between 1490 and 1510, and Columbus first sailed to the Americas in 1492. There you go. Oh, hey, Faye, what's going on? Gang, please go and show some love to Faye in Twilight. She is a great streamer, lovely lefty, very gay, all the good shit. I watched her react to my Kink at Pride video a week or two ago. Extremely cool, extremely based. Please go and show her some love. Hope you're doing good, Faye.
Trademark of his artwork are the freakish creatures, which can be found in many of his surviving sketches, one of which includes the tree man seen from earlier. But where on earth did Hieronymus Bosch get his inspiration from? There are many theories, but
weed. 500 kilograms of weed every night. Every night, absolutely zonked, zooted, destroyed.
A popular one claims that he was suffering from intense and frightening hallucinations, an idea which we can explore through this next piece. Many of Bosch's paintings focus on St. Anthony. He was a hermit monk that lived in the Egyptian desert during the 4th century. According to Christian legend, he was often tormented by demons. This painting, The Temptation of St. Anthony, is characteristically Bosch. It depicts the trials this saint is rumoured to have endured, featuring a plethora of monsters, including this floppy-eared ice-skating chicken demon. My personal favourite. Bosch made 2 other paintings about St. Anthony, more than any other saint. This detail could be of significance. You see, there is a disease known as St. Anthony's fire.
Yeah, I was literally just thinking that, Drake. I was literally just thinking that. It feels ableist and super reductionist. This person has an active imagination, must be crazy, right? Must be crazy. But then again, like, I think they're about to go into, like, ergot wine now, or some shit like that, or, like, ergot bread, which is a legit thing, and a lot of people say that that's how the Bible happened. It's because a bunch of, like, people in Palestine and shit like that had, like, hallucinogenic bread.
Black fungus called ergots that grow on rye crops. Symptoms include sores, convulsions, and a fierce burning sensation in limbs and extremities. But another unusual effect of eating ergots are the frightening and overpowering hallucinations that can last for hours at a time. They are believed to be behind the many dancing plagues recorded throughout the Middle Ages. Whole towns would unexplainably dance all day and night, with some dropping dead from exhaustion. In the mid-20th century, it was discovered that when ergots are baked in an oven, they transform into a form of lysergic acid dithalamide, also known as LSD.
It's LSD all the way down, baby!
Some believe that Bosch actually suffered from St. Anthony's fire, and may have based his paintings on his own frightening hallucinations. Creating so many paintings to St. Anthony may have been a form of devotional
Yeah, people say it caused the witch trial, but I think that, like, it's probably... if you read Caliban and the Witch, it's totally fucking misogyny and a fear of indigenous ways of life and a fear of Jews and stuff like that, like anti-Semitism. I think the witch trials themselves are like their own thing. Like, possibly some guy was high as fuck on ergot and decided that the witch trials were a good thing, but that was it was probably predisposition on his hatred of women and you know, natural stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's actually no accusations that he's mentally ill. I thought it was going to go into that as well. I thought it was going to go into, like, oh, he was schizophrenic, right? You know what I mean? But obviously not.
Done so in the hopes that the saint would rid him of his debilitating illness. It's an interesting theory, but one that's also very difficult to prove. As mentioned already, we know practically nothing about Bosch's life, so it's unknown whether he actually suffered from this disease. The same goes for the arguments that suggest Bosch was simply insane. There just isn't any evidence to either prove or disprove it.
I put down that some of the claims from victims would be down to ergot poisoning, but it was not the force driving the trials themselves. Yeah, totally, yeah.
I think there's another explanation, one with a bit more evidence to back it up. Hieronymus Bosch was not the only artist painting demons. Even Michelangelo did a painting of St. Anthony, where he's being lifted up into the air by grotesque monstrosities. Both artists come from a much longer tradition, the weird world of medieval Christian art. Delving into illustrated Bibles and early animal encyclopedias reveals a whole collection.
Oh, that little guy is so good!
Delving into illustrated Bibles and early animal
I love that little guy. That little guy, he's just like me for real. This is my favorite one. That's my favorite one of the whole episode. The whole fucking stream today where I've been looking at weird cryptids and shit. That's my favorite one. Got like a plunger snoot. I love that shit. And no balls. That's the best bit. No inappropriately, you know, yeah, just weird. It's just weird getting the balls that obvious on weird animals. You know what I mean? This is my fursona, Birdie. Yeah, I don't know if it's got fur. Maybe it's a scaly. Maybe it's my scale sona. Maybe it's my bug sona. I don't know. Maybe it's my carapace sona. But this little guy, he's just like me for real.
Encyclopedias reveals a whole collection of strange and frightening imagery, horrific descriptions of hell, grotesque monsters, and demons galore, all of which predate Bosch and his Renaissance contemporaries.
Yeah.
In the margins of many illuminated manuscripts.
It is easy to just be like, yeah, ergot wine did it. You know what I mean? Like ergot bread and shit like that. But if anything, it's like, well, people were just like creative back then as well, you know?
You can find all sorts of bizarre monsters. Some of them share a passing resemblance to Bosch's work. It's possible, likely even, that he reproduced these creatures in his own work. This is certainly the case with that giraffe as seen earlier. Art historians believe that he based it on an illustration found in an early travelogue, comparing the two, and they share a striking resemblance. People were drawing hell and demons long before Hieronymus Bosch was, but you could say that he perfected it. A true Renaissance artist.
Also the beer was way stronger. Well, not another thing that people forget about medieval life is that like not only was the beer stronger, but it was the only thing that people drank because it was one of the only ways that you could prevent dysentery and other like, you know, horrific diseases that you get from disgusting diseases in water, untreated water and whatnot, you know? Yeah, this animal does have balls on its chin. That's true. Yeah, did you ever draw fucked up stuff as a kid? It's like that. Yeah, like I remember I drew that one comic of Sonic and Amy kissing and they loved each other in an airship. There you go. What? No, I didn't do that.
He took the flat illustrations of old and transformed them by adding perspective and vivid colour, bringing them to life through his ghoulish imagination. Now, of course, not all of Bosch's...
Have I played the Processions of Calvary? It's basically a point-and-click adventure game using art from Bosch style. I've seen someone play that. Yeah. Yeah. I have seen someone play that. Yeah, it's wild. I love that.
Paintings are demonic hellscapes. As with many painters of his time, he made artworks about the life of Jesus or things that he saw around him. But even in the more mundane topics, you're never too far away from spotting a bestial.
You better not be questioning it.
Or two. It is unfortunate that we know next to nothing about the life of Hieronymus Bosch, only a shadow of the man through his paintings. It was clear that he had a dark and vivid imagination, and that matters of religion and morality clearly occupied his mind. After his death in 1516, the next generation of Dutch artists were clearly inspired by Bosch's work. In the centuries to follow, artists began to see him as an early pioneer of surrealism.
Hold up, is that a Dali painting? That looks like a Dali painting. Yeah, it's Salvador Dali, Temptation of St. Anthony as well. Whoa, okay. I fucking love Dali as well.
Being one of the first to draw directly from his imagination, Hieronymus Bosch's dark apocalyptic visions continued to transfix all those who gaze on his paintings and offer bleak glimpses of what awaits us in the afterlife.
Very fucking cool.
Thanks for watching. Hieronymus Bosch is one of my favourite artists. So I'm thrilled to be able to make this video. I really hope you enjoyed it too. If you like this video and want to see more, why not subscribe?
Dali and his dick-shaped pool.
Also
That's
go
right.
a really long way. Anyway.
Okay. All right. Hey Muel, I need sleep, but I miss you already. Please share your beard greatness so I can look as cool as you in the morning. I will. Thank you so much. Fish. I appreciate that. I don't know how to share it though. My beard's a bit shit at the morning because they're fucking Dali was a Nazi sympathizer? Oh, I hate that. Well, I don't like Dali anymore. There you go. Well, I just realized I hate Salvador Dali. That sucks. Anyway, my beard's looking kind of shit at the minute because, you know, I've not got any oil for it. I've not had the chance to go out and get some. And plus, the oil is like a bit expensive. But if you're going to grow a beard, get yourself beard oil, get yourself a comb, and get yourself a beard wash. Very important. And when you're eating, get a napkin. Very important. Dali was also an arsehole to his girlfriend. Oh. Dali was a fascist, while Picasso was socialist. Ah, okay. It looks lovely. Yeah, it's looking just a bit like... I'm trying to get it trimmed this week, you know? Yeah, Spain was fascist and he was big during fascist Spain. Uh-huh, gotcha. Partner has beard oil that smells like honey and it's very nice. Mine is like, it smells like pine trees and that's real nice. I love that shit. It smells like oak or pine, you know? Yeah, something, death of the author. Right, okay, yeah, exactly, yeah. Like, fuck Dali the person. But his art was probably good. Well, his art was good, you know? Yeah, literally Treebeard, that's right. Yeah, this is kind of like that thing that I was talking about earlier where it was like, whoa, you mean P.T. Barnum was racist? You know, it's like... It sucks. It totally sucks, but it's also completely unsurprising that these people were like extremely misogynistic and abusive in a world that, you know, feminism only recently happened, right? It is nice and refreshing, yeah.
Here, for the beard oil.
Lavid Dinch. Thank you so much for the £15.16, I think it was. Hold up. I'm going to get that. Yeah, thank you so much for the £15.50. Appreciate that. It is about £15.50. It is actually about £15.50. It's 18 quid, actually, for the beard oil. So I appreciate that. That will be a large chunk going towards it. So thank you so much, gang. Don't forget, again, this is my job. I do this for a living. If you want to support me over on Patreon, that's cool. There's a bunch of different benefits you can get from that. Or you could donate directly to me here on Twitch. You could do that via the sub off Twitch command in the chat. I actually consider doing that rather than subscribing or giving bits on Twitch, because Twitch is a terrible platform in terms of looking after marginalized creators and listening to their concerns. So, think about that. Sub off Twitch command in chat right there. Consider paying for the stream if you're enjoying the stream, you know? So, we're going to carry on with some more content. I got more content. You know, you think this is over. You think this is over. It's not over till it's over. I got some more content to go through, you know? Got a weird video about Disney's failed sandwich of the future. We're moving away from cryptids right now, and we're moving into food. This is kind of the movement of my streams at the moment. We kind of look at like the news, then we look at like a video essay, and then we look at I've lost it, my brain. Weird stuff. And then we look at some food stuff. Disney making sandwiches might count as a cryptid. Uh-huh. Yeah, it might. Yeah, we're going to watch the Defunct Land video. I like Defunct Land. I think it's a pretty good channel. I'm a fan of it. This music is not from a NES game. This is from the video game Celeste. What was Mark's channel called, by the way? A Coincidental Life. Yes. A Coincidental Life. We will be bringing Mark back soon, by the way. We will be checking out more Mark. But I do just want to get rid of, like, I want to get through some of these videos that I got in my watch later list, you know? Because I saved them for the stream. Because I thought it'd be cool to react to them on stream. So I'm going to get through that stuff as much as I can. Oh! Rob, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, and subbing off Twitch. Appreciate that. We are so close, actually, to the to like the 2/3 of the way goal. We're like 500 quid now. Only another like £100, and that's like 2/3 of the way to the goal, which would be really good if we could get like an extra £100 by the end of the week, because it's like the 23rd at the end of the week or something. 22nd, 23rd, yeah. Well, at the end of the streamer week. And that would mean we would be exactly 2/3 of the way through the month. So that'd be dope. Let me just prep the new scene for all of you. We run a tight ship here. We run a goodly produced show, produced completely by me, your boy, that one guy. Content warning for food though, gang. You know, like that's something that people don't remember a lot of the time. A lot of people have eating disorders. They may not be comfortable in watching content that's to do with food. You know, sometimes it makes you just a little bit uncomfortable to watch people eating or stuff like that. So if that's not your bag, tune out now. Join me tomorrow, because this is the last video that I'm going to be watching tonight. And yeah, just listen to your brain, listen to your body, be nice to yourself. You know the score. You know the fucking score. Let's check out this weird Disney's failed sandwich.
What's better than the smell of delicious food on a warm summer day? In this modern American kitchen is where we find our subject. This is Kevin. Kevin is a documentarian. A documentarian captures life and constructs stories about important topics such as injustice, crime, and roller coasters.
Hell yeah, I love that shit.
He does not show his face, but he will show his hands. If we look closely at Kevin's hands, we can see that he is not just a documentarian, but he is also a baker.
Is this going to be about the disgusting Monte Cristo? Wait, I don't know what that is. What's the Monte Cristo? Hey, Ori, what's going on?
Kevin's hands are splattered with the hauntings of years of mistakes. This mark was when Kevin burned his finger attempting to remove a hot tray of cookies from his oven. This mark is from when Kevin overreacted to burning his finger on the oven, dropped the hot tray of cookies, and instinctively went to catch the tray.
Oh no, I've actually done that.
Needless to say, Kevin has years of experience in the kitchen. And today, for the first time, he will combine his passions and
turkey and raspberry jam is the Monte Cristo. That sounds pretty nice though, like turkey and raspberry, like turkey and cranberry. That'd be nice.
Embark on a historical culinary adventure. Today, Kevin is going to learn the history of and concoct his own sandwich.
Wait a sec, you read that wrong.
Sorry?
You read it wrong. Do it one more time.
Okay. Today, Kevin is going to learn the history of and concoct his own handwich. What is a handwich?
I'll show you.
Oh no. What the fuck is a handwich? What, they also charge like $40 for them? Oh, forget that. I'm doing good, thanks, Ori, yeah. Swiss cheese and salad?
Around 1986, a new food item debuted in Walt Disney World, named the Handwich. The Handwich was shaped like an ice cream cone, but instead of a waffle cone, it featured a cone-shaped sub-roll, and instead of ice cream, it had fillings. These included such delicacies as ham and cheese, pulled barbecue chicken, roast beef and cheddar, and even tuna salad.
What the fuck? Why did they think this was a good idea? This is your brain on capitalism, gang. This is your brain on capitalism. A bunch of dudes in the Disney... I know exactly where this is going. I know exactly where this is going. A bunch of dudes in the Disney CEO shareholder meeting were like, oh, we need a foodstuff that we can sell to people who come to Disneyland Florida, Disneyland Paris, wherever the fuck it is. That they could just eat on the go and they could continue moving around the park and spending money. This is the result of cocaine and capitalism. right? It's just absolutely absurd. Incredibly gross, even from a not vegan perspective. Yeah, it's fucked. Fake tuna, probably. Oh, yeah, probably, yeah.
The Handwich was billed as the sandwich of the future. Because of this, the Handwich was sold at Epcot's The Land Pavilion's Farmers Market food court, as well as the Space Bar in Tomorrowland.
I knew it! Tomorrowland! I knew it! I knew it! I knew they were going to try and sell this at the fucking theme park.
It was also served in Adventureland at some point. Wherever it was billed as Disney's newest attraction, implying that you can ride the Handwich, when in reality, the Handwich rides you.
That's just what I call it when I finger someone. You're riding the Handwich. You know? About to ride my Handwich.
The official poster for the Handwich boasted that it was not just futuristic, but revolutionary. The, quote, first sandwich you can hold in one hand. The poster also stated that it was Disney-licious, and that those that consumed it were playing a part in the history of baking. Despite the heavy marketing effort, the Handwich was discontinued sometime in the mid-90s, leaving behind more questions than answers. Luckily, those questions would linger, and the good people at Retro WDW would respark interest in the Handwich during their Retro Magic event in 2019. Here, historian Brian...
Okay, listen, I'm not gonna lie. I'd want to try it, but it just seems like one of the most, you know, extremely difficult things to eat. Like, how are you gonna eat that? Yeah, you can eat any sandwich with one hand. You can literally eat any sandwich with one hand. Yeah, some people can eat it with no hands. Some people are extremely talented like that. You know?
And Miles gave a keynote speech on the Handwich, which was coded somewhat like a military briefing. Miles conducted an interview with former Imagineer Peggy Ferris, who had the inside...
Exactly. The bread to filling ratio is extremely uneven. Too much at first and not enough when you get to the cone. Exactly. It's unwieldy. That's right.
Scoop on the Handwich, and you'll never guess who was responsible for its creation.
Back at Imagineering, Michael Eisner challenged us to think about fun food.
Oh, man. Like, oh, God. I want you to think about fun food. I want you to think about what our Disneyites are gonna want when they're walking around our parks spending their good American dollars. We gotta think about innovation. We gotta think about what new things. We're the leaders of tomorrow. All that nonsense, you know? Fucking Eisner. Right, someone show him a pasty. Pasties are way better than this.
So that was the big idea.
In a surprising twist, Eisner pushed for fun food in part because when he was a young man, he visited the 1964 New York World's Fair, at which Disney famously contributed 4 groundbreaking attractions. While there, a young Eisner tried some of the fair's unique food offerings, including Belgian waffles. Over 2 decades later, Eisner was the CEO of the Walt Disney Company.
This motherfucker was like, I tried food from a different country, and now I'm obsessed with foods from a different country, but like, we've got to make our own version of that, right? You know what I mean? Maybe not our own version of it, just like, yeah, we got to make something weird. We got to make something wacky, you know?
And he challenged the company's Imagineers to concoct a unique culinary creation for the Disney parks. During a day-long brainstorming session, Imagineers
yeah, that cat was looking very scared.
Designed dozens of dishes. But one stood out from the fray, a cone-shaped sandwich named the Castle Cone. The original fillings included mushu shrimp and mixed berries.
Cat, yeah.
Eisner approved the idea, and the Castle Cone was born. However, the name was changed by the Walt Disney World marketing team, and it was officially released as the Handwich sometime around 1986.
Of course, the marketing team called it the Handwich. God damn it.
With more consumer and operations-friendly fillings.
Keith, I've been dying to know, what is a Handwich?
And here's the thing about shit like this, right? I remember in the 90s, I would fall for every single one of those adverts that was like, whoa, do you like monsters? Do you like candy? And I'd be like, yeah. And then they would just be like, here, there's this weird candy that's like a monster. And I'd be like, Mom, I need one of those. 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 And so she just eventually just got me one, right? It's like extremely pervasive what this shit does to kids. I can imagine the amount of kids who are like, "Oh my God, Mom, I want a sandwich. I want to go to Disney and get a sandwich." You know, it's just so pervasive. And like, they know that kids will annoy their parents to the point of literally just like, fine, we'll just fucking buy it, whatever. Shut the fuck up.
It's a sub kind of roll so that you can stuff the meats inside and eat it actually like a cone.
As aforementioned, the sandwich was filled with ham and cheese, pulled barbecue chicken, roast beef and cheddar, and tuna salad. But these were just a few of the variations. There was also chicken.
Did the UK ever get anything like the Bigfoot pizza from Pizza Hut? What the fuck is that? Bigfoot pizza? What? What? Is it just a square pizza? Just like this? Just like a square pizza? Yeah, we have these. Like, they actually made these in like school cafeterias. They would like make these in school cafeterias. And obviously you would just get like one slice. Did they have it in Pizza Huts? I don't remember that. Do you remember the Batman promotional pizza from February that looked like a pad? What kind of a pad? Flatbread pizza. It was supposed to be really big. Yeah. But it was just, they wouldn't give you obviously a whole one of these, you know? Monster Munch crisps, Space Invader crisps. That's right. A sanitary pad? Wait, what? Batman promote. Oh, that's right. That's right. Holy fucking shit. Okay, Batman promotional. Hold up. Pizza. Never got to have the Bigfoot. Yeah, that looks like you could stick that in your crotch. Right there. Right there. What is this supposed to look like? What is this actually supposed to look like, though? It doesn't look like a Batman thing. Like, it doesn't look anything like Batman. Yeah, this was like February. Yeah, I remember this. These fuckers. Like, I hate capitalism so much. These fuckers. This is Italian underwear. These fuckers in, you know, boardrooms all over the place, right? Are like, how can we get some more dollars? How can we convince more people to buy our terrible pizza, right? Our terrible pizza that's bad for you and extremely overpriced when it costs like 90p to make. And we charge you $20 for it, right? Like 20 quid. Like, the price up on pizzas is absurd. If you don't know how much it costs to make a pizza, you should try making your own pizzas once in a while. Because let me tell you, it costs about 20 fucking p. Right? And so they're like, I know what we'll do. We'll take a pizza. We'll cut like a bit into one side of it. And then we'll just fold over two sides. And it kind of looks like Batman. That's literally what's happened. That's literally what's happened. I can't believe it. It was $8, it was $5. Well, still, the price upon that is absurd, you know? Like, what is this? Like, flour, water? Flour, water, and a bit of yeast? Not even yeast. Flour, water, tomatoes, herbs, a tiny bit of sausage. Like, this would be like a third of a sausage. Maybe a quarter. Especially if you avoid meat, like a buck for all the ingredients. You can make 4 medium-sized pizzas, that's right. Yeah, it's the cheese is the only expensive part. That's right. Yeah. And cheese on pizzas like this always sucks anyway, which is why I feel good about like getting rid of cheese out of my diet. Like, it's just like always disappointing. And you know what one of the best pizzas is, chat? A fucking marinara. I fucking love a marinara pizza. It's so good. All the ingredients to make a pizza vegan is about 3 quid. Yeah, I've done it before. Yeah, I've done it before. Herbs at Little Caesars, there was no herbs. Oh. Yeah, I'm giving him too much credit, right?
Chicken salad, ambrosia salad, seafood salad, and taco beef. When Disney MGM Studios opened in 1989, a unique sandwich was created for the park with a Cobb salad filling. Unfortunately, the sandwich was not the success that Eisner had hoped for. In 1990, the Orlando Sentinel reported that, quote, "The last we checked, the sandwich had not exactly gripped the imagination of a hungry America, let alone Orlando, let alone anyone but Michael Eisner." Retro WDW's Retro Magic event was held at the Ballroom of the Americas at the Contemporary Resort, and immediately after Brian's presentation, attendees were treated to a lunch of the future of the past with a sandwich buffet. This would not be the only reappearance of a sandwich after its discontinuation in the mid-90s.
God, they look so bad. They look so hard to eat.
2012, Cars Land opened at Disney California Adventure theme park, and the Cozy Cone Motel quick service spot served sandwich-style bread cones, although they were not officially sandwiches. Flavors included chicken verde and chili cone queso, and for breakfast, bacon scramble.
Oh, what? Oh, God!
Hollywood Studios Min and
How are you supposed to eat that? I don't know how British folks would feel about ambrosia salad. I was just about to say, what the fuck is an ambrosia salad? What the fuck is going on here? What the fuck is this? What is this? Is that like cherries, orange segments, pineapples? What is this? What is this? What is it? With a bit of mint? Is this a dessert? Was it with like cream? Marshmallow salad? No, don't tell me this has got marshmallows in it. No fucking way. Several discount fruits smothered in Cool Whip. What the fuck? What the fuck? A guy on TikTok did this. A sour cream processed whipped cream combo. Okay, I gotta find a recipe. 8 ounces of frozen whipped yogurt. Half a cup of vanilla yogurt. A cup of shredded sweetened coconut. Ugh. An 11-ounce can of mandarin oranges. Oranges drained. 1 8-ounce can of pineapple tidbits. What the fuck is pineapple tidbits? What is pineapple tidbits? Is that just bits of crushed pineapple? What are these things? What are these things? What are these things? Mule, don't you dare make fun of my lightly fruited sugar. That's an Instagram fancy-ass recipe version. Like, if I just type in, like, traditional ambrosia salad. Like, it's called ambrosia. Like, it's the food of the gods or something. That's so funny. That's so funny. Classic ambrosia salad. Right, okay, here we go. This looks like the one, gang. This looks like the one. I love these food blogs. Like, no one ever reads anything about this. It's just like, right, how do I make it? Skip to the recipe. Thanks. Okay. Right. Ingredients. A can of mandarin oranges, drained. Those are the worst kinds of oranges as well, by the way. Pineapple tidbits. What are they chunks? They're chunks? Are they chunks of... Is that what it means? Pineapple chunks? A 10-ounce jar of maraschino cherries, drained. Okay. Sweetened flake coconut, gross. Mini marshmallows, gross. Half a cup of sour cream and 1 8-ounce container of Cool Whip. What is Cool Whip, by the way? Is it just like whipped cream? Imitation whipped cream. Wait, why is it imitation whipped cream? What does it mean? My mom makes a fruit salad for the holidays. It's fruits. Generally, she does banana, apple, kiwi, pineapple, strawberry, blueberries, and a sort of whipped cream on top. That sounds fine. As long as there's no marshmallows in it. Is the Canadian version any different? It's heavy whipping cream. It's oil? Who knows, but it's delicious. It's cheaper. Partially hydrogenated soybean oil. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, it's poverty food. Yeah, and that's fair enough, but listen, it's still gross. I don't give a shit what anybody else says. Beans on toast is better than this. Corned beef hash is better than this shit. Good God. Good God. I don't even like rice pudding, and rice pudding is better than this. God damn it.
Bill's Dockside Diner quick service stands serve their own sandwich cones, but these were quickly discontinued.
They made an ambrosia salad version of this.
2014, another sandwich cone could be found, again at Disney's Hollywood Studios. This time, fillings included a macaroni and cheese with bacon.
I'm like blown away by ambrosia salad, and then all of a sudden they're like, yeah, we put ambrosia salad in one of these fucking monstrosities, you know?
Bacon topping cone, and a Fiesta chili cheese cone. In 2017, during Epcot's 35th anniversary celebration, a retro handwich was created, this time with a new mac and cheese with cheeseburger filling. While distinct from the original
this sounds fucking horrific.
Handwich, this was the most intentional of the handwich revivals. Explicitly,
there's only one thing that I miss when it comes to like cheese, and that's mac and cheese, right? I fucking love mac and cheese. It's so good. Vegan stuff doesn't come close to it, sadly. But like, oh goddamn, why would you fuck up mac and cheese by putting like a cheeseburger in it or some shit?
Referencing the dish's predecessor. All of this is to say, the handwich is replicable, which means...
Kevin, wait! You're not really going to recreate one of the handwiches, are you?
No, announcer man. I'm going to recreate 3 of the handwiches.
3 handwiches?
God damn.
That is a journey from which you cannot return.
I'm not fully vegan, Juice. Like, I still eat like chicken and eggs and stuff. I find it really hard to quit those. But it's less like... It's more of like an ADHD thing. And it's like a combination of an ADHD thing and like a gym diet thing. It's just a fucking pain in the ass. But like, yeah, I'm on the way. I'm on the way there. I don't have any like cow's milk, or I don't have any cheese. I don't eat beef. I don't eat ham or anything like that. I don't eat seafood. Eggs were the hardest part to quick for you. Yeah. I wouldn't even call myself a vegetarian. I'm just like, I just eat less animal products than most people, I guess, you know? I hate the name handwich, just pure evil to my ears. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Unsuccessful. Come up just one handwich short, and you will be lost to time, just like the handwich itself. Are you sure about this?
It'll be fine. Now let's make some handwiches.
Mouth-watering meals.
Yeah, it's a step forward, right? Yeah.
Delectable dishes. Tasty treats. No matter how scrumptious, they, like everything,
I just had a deja vu moment.
To time. But unlike most of us, some will be remembered. And unlike all of us, some...
Peanut butter boppers? What are these? Fudge Graham? That can't be real. That can't be real. That's made up. That's a made up thing.
Some will be resurrected. This is Defunct Pan, with the dishes of the past return to the plate. And now your host, Kevin Perjurer, will show us how to create...
Lost to time like tears in the rain.
It's true. The sandwich of the future of the past is of the present once...
What, what's the McDLT? What the fuck is that?
Again, because today we will be creating an old-fashioned barbecue chicken handwich. Let's start with our delicious slow-cooked barbecue chicken. First, we make our sauce with a tablespoon of apple cider vinegar, followed by a tablespoon of Worcestershire
Vegans
sauce,
look away now.
a 1/4 cup of brown sugar, and a tablespoon of olive oil. I have peeled and grated an onion, and we are going to put both the onion and the juice into our bowl. Finally, let's add 2 cups of barbecue sauce. The only barbecue sauce you will ever need, and the best barbecue sauce in the world, is Joe's Kansas City barbecue sauce. I'm going to add the whole
Of a
bottle to our bowl,
McDMT?
and now we mix. Next, we place 3 pounds of chicken breast into our slow cooker. After we wash our hands, we season. This quick spice mix that I created contains salt, pepper, paprika, cayenne pepper, and garlic powder.
That's not enough fucking seasoning for that amount of chicken. Get the fuck out of town. I use like that amount of seasoning and then some for like 1 breast of chicken. Are you kidding me?
We can now pour our sauce over our
Oh, I guess the barbecue sauce is in there too, but like, nah, you need more seasoning than that.
And once again, we mix. Let's place the lid on our slow cooker and cook on low heat for 7 hours or high heat for 4 hours. About 2 hours before our chicken is done cooking, we can begin making our sandwich cones. Start by warming up a cup of milk in the microwave.
He's got an antique crockpot for authenticity. Yeah, he does.
Until warm, but not hot.
It's probably historically accurate. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
We can then add a teaspoon.
I'm criticizing the Disney recipe for sure. Yeah.
Spoon of sugar, then 7 ounces of active dry yeast, and yet again, we mix. We're going to allow our yeast to activate to the side for around 5 to 10 minutes. In the meantime, we will create our flour mixture. In this bowl, we have 4 cups of all-purpose flour.
Wait, what's going on? A 6-pack of single-serving 5-ounce yogurt in your average supermarket at the minute is about $8. That's wild.
We are going to add in 3 tablespoons of castor sugar and 2 teaspoons of salt, and then we mix. We're going to make a well in the center of our mixture. Inside, we will place 2 eggs and our activated yeast mixture. We can now take a hand mixer and we mix with the dough hook. After these are combined, we take a 4th cup of soft or slightly melted butter and add it to our dough. We now mix for around 6 to 7 minutes. We now
bet there was a bunch of E numbers in the dough. Oh, 100%. 100%. McDLT is a gimmicky burger. It was packed in a way that kept the burger on one side and the veg on the other, and you slapped it together yourself, all in a handy polystyrene container. What the fuck? 2-chamber styrofoam chamber, like, kept the hot part of the burger and the cool part of the burger separate until you're ready to eat. It was stupid and the containers were ecologically unsound. Yeah.
Somewhat sticky dough onto a floured surface to form it into a ball. Once we have done this, we can place it into a greased bowl, cover it completely, and allow it to sit in a slightly warm spot.
That's so weird.
To rise. While that is rising, we can create our cone molds. We will be using printer paper and tinfoil to create these.
Okay.
These will be going in the oven, but do not worry, the paper will not catch fire. There's actually a great book about this which states the auto ignition point of paper right in its title. It is called 1984. We will only be baking at 400 degrees, so we are well under this mark. First, we take 2 pieces of printer paper and we lay them landscape in front of us. We take the bottom left corner.
Literally 1987, George Orwell, Animal Crossing. They put Winston in the echo chamber and stopped him from saying all the words.
And create a small fold in like this. That right there is about right. We can now use this fold to roll our cone, making sure to keep the point at the bottom as tight as possible. We continue to hold that together as we place a piece of tinfoil on
Greg Orville's 1983.
Wrap your cone in the tinfoil.
Oh, fucking hell.
Do not worry about this excess, because we are going to just fold that into the top of our cone. And there you have it. We will have enough dough for 8 sandwiches, but I will only be baking 2. 1 for me and 1 for you. So once we have finished with our cone molds, we can place them to the side. Once our dough has risen, now comes the fun part. We're going to divide our dough into 8 equal pieces.
Oh, I fucking love dividing dough.
To prevent any of them from drying out. One by one, we are going to take one of these pieces and roll it out. We want to end up with a long tube, around 3 feet long. Once we have this, we can take one of our molds.
Oh, of course, because it's like ribbed.
Spiral our dough up the cone. Now that's looking like a sandwich. Once we've done this, we gently press our dough into the cone and pinch the tip.
That's like something I saw on Bad Dragon.
We now place these on a greased baking sheet. As our oven preheats to 400 degrees, we are going to give our sandwich cones a light egg wash. Once our cones are prepared, we can place them in our oven for around 12 minutes. While those are cooking, our chicken should be just about done. That smells absolutely delicious. With 2 forks, we shred the chicken, and as we do this, we mix. We're going to drain only the chicken we will be filling, as we don't want our sandwiches to be too soggy. Once we pull our cones out of the oven and allow them to cool,
is that my boy Knox? Who's Knox? I don't know who that is.
Our work. Now we take our chicken and fill our sandwich cones, and voila, a beautiful barbecue chicken sandwich.
Right, now that looks a lot more like doable than the ones that we've seen, right? Like that looks a lot more doable than the ones that they were like fucking carrying around the park or whatever in one hand. right? Like this is like fucking like a tiny little roll. It's like a sausage roll. Like that's fine. That's fucking fine. They weren't making them like that at all.
I must now take a bite. Absolutely wonderful.
Looks a bit too fuckable for my liking. Down horrendous.
I could eat the whole
for the handwich.
I'm gonna save my appetite because we have 2 more handwiches to make.
Kevin, wait. There's still time to
God damn it. Do not fuck a handwich. Jesus Christ.
turn back. Just one is enough. If anything goes wrong and you don't complete all 3, you could get stuck in historical limbo.
Nothing can stop me from making more handwiches. Onward.
What's cooking, America? Let's find out in Defunct Kitchen.
Just microwave a banana peel?
Welcome your host, Kevin Perjurer.
Hey everyone, my name is Kevin Perjurer and I make defunct meals. Today we are going to be making something from long ago. It's an old Disney Parks favorite. You might have guessed it already. It is the handwich. This one is actually a viewer submission, so let's hear from Scott.
Hi, Kevin. I went to the Studio Catering Company at Disney MGM Studios in May 1989. Here, I tried the Cobb Salad Handwich for $3.60. It had a mix of finely chopped lettuce, egg, bacon, tomato, turkey, avocado, and blue cheese in a
bleu cheese
French roll cone. The
Le
blue
fromage
cheese
bleu.
dominated just a bit, which didn't bother me. But if you don't like the pungent taste of Roquefort, you might not like this. I was wondering if you could show me how to make it.
Scott, thank you so much for writing in. The handwich is not only a forgotten food item, it is the perfect meal for many occasions. Let's say you have a daughter. She's a sweetheart, but she's a bit of an arsonist. Her principal is coming over to discuss her expulsion, and you have to cook something spectacular or he will expel your daughter and she will never be able to achieve the dreams that you've projected onto her. With these life-altering stakes, why not make a delicious handwich? And I'll show you how. We're going to start with 4 strips of bacon chopped up, and we're going to place these on a wire rack, and we're going to rest that on top of a drip pan lined with tinfoil. Once you have those on the wire rack, you can place it in a 400-degree oven for around 20 minutes.
I wasn't ready for that fucking deep cut just there. I was not ready for that.
But make sure to watch it.
Like, I literally got expelled from one of my schools because I accidentally set something on fire. That was like a deep cut just there.
After you've washed your hands, we can open our dough. Now I'm going to take advantage of the store for this one. This is French bread dough, and we're just going to give it a little karate chop, hi-ya. And now we're just going to open it up and we're going to split it in half, just like...
What the fuck is going on here? What's this? What's this? What's this here now? What do you mean? What do you mean bread in a tube? What do you mean dough in a tube? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Hi-ya. And now we're just going to open it up and we're going to split it in half, just like that, into 2 equal parts for our 2 handwich cones. Now we're going to wrap these around one of
No, I don't know about the dough tubes.
Printer paper wrapped in tinfoil. Now we have a tutorial on our website, and you can just go to that link right there. And once you made 2 of...
Oh, it's like Pillsbury. Right. Yeah. But what, just in a tube like that? Just like in a tube? Like, you don't have like any paper to like stop it from getting like attached to the tube or anything? It's just weird American shit. Weird American shit again. It's literally a bread tube, yeah. You gonna smack him to open the tube dough? That's wild. That's wild. Well, we don't have it in the UK. We got like, in the UK you get this stuff that's like phyllo pastry. And yeah, I know the tube is paper. Like the tube is cardboard, obviously. But like, I mean, like, I don't know. Whatever, man. Whatever. You're all fucking weird.
Get rolling. So let's grab one of our dough, and just like we're starting a campfire, we just go to town. We want to make this around 3 feet long, and once we've done that, you can take your tinfoil cone and you just wrap it around the very tip, and then you spiral it on. You just keep wrapping all the way to the top, just like that. Look at that.
Bread tube with a bit of foil on the interior so that oily, it just kind of blubbers out. Oh, okay.
Take our greased baking sheet and we put our handwich on, and we do this again.
In the UK, we just like make dough. We just like make dough. It's not that hard.
With our second handwich, and once we've got that, we can put that one on.
Listen, that's not fair, to be fair. Like, this is just something that, like, companies dreamt up for people. It's just like, yeah, they're not going to want to, like, do dough. Just put dough in a tube and they can make bread. You know, dead easy. They can just put it in the oven and it's done. You know?
Right next to it, and we can put this in our oven, 400 degrees, even while the bacon is cooking just right under there. Now take a look at this crispy bacon.
The word hamwich is upsetting, yes.
And ready for our salad. Give me some for the bacon. Oh yeah.
My family takes these camping. You wrap it around a wooden dowel and then cook it over the fire. When it's cooked, you squeeze jelly into it and eat it. That sounds kind of pang, actually. That does sound kind of... At the start, I was like, what, you just eat, like, bread with, like... But then it would be freshly baked bread. That's pretty nice.
We're now going to make our dressing.
Oh, no. We have pizza dough powder. Yeah, some supermarkets have just, like a flat disc of dough. Like, that shit sucks. But we're going to have, like, a tube of bread. I've never seen that in my life.
Start with a 1/3 cup of red wine vinegar, and then we're going to add 2/3 of extra virgin olive oil, a tablespoon of Dijon mustard.
That's what we do with all the
and
safe
of course,
travel time. That's
salt
right, Drake.
and
Yeah.
pepper. Close that up, and now we mix. All right, please stop clapping. It freaks me out when I'm using the knife. God, I'm tired. Okay, so we're gonna take our lettuce and put it into a salad spinner, and you will never guess what that does, but I bet you'll clap anyways. All right, let's try to keep it at a mezzo for.
Why do people do a salad spinner? What's a salad spinner for? I've never used a salad. I've made plenty of salads. I've never used a salad spinner. Like, what, is it just to mix the salad?
Kevin's got a headache. Let's go ahead and speed run this salad. Bacon, cherry tomatoes, Roquefort.
No, because he's mixing it now.
Doesn't matter how you slice it, it'll still taste terrible.
Wash your lettuce and spin it dry.
Take out its pit, boom, magic, it disappeared. No idea where that went.
But you just, like, wash your lettuce. It dries the lettuce. Lettuce is water anyway. Gets rid of the water, just dries it. Just fucking eat the fucking wet lettuce. Jesus Christ.
Slice up some turkey I got from the deli.
What's wrong with people? Just eat the fucking lettuce. It's not that wet. It doesn't absorb moisture.
And don't forget to throw a little piece of turkey over your shoulder for good luck. And we mix. And look what just came out of the oven. One of them's a little messed up, but that's
just literally something that, like, capitalism invented again. Like a useless thing that no one cares about. Like, no one would be bothered about lettuce. Lettuce. That's the word for it. No one would give a shit about lettuce. Ever. But someone was like, hey, here's a problem that I just made up. Has your lettuce ever been too wet when you're done washing it? I know what you do. You just use this product that I invented. It's extremely wasteful. It's made of plastic. We get plastic from oil that we get from the ground, which is basically dead animals from thousands of millions of years ago. And it's going to destroy the planet. And what you should do is buy 3 of them in case you lose 2 of them, right?
That doesn't matter. We're going to keep on trucking. Let's go ahead and add our dressing to our salad and then fill these cones. Now I cannot wait to try this, so I'm not gonna. Let's take a bite. That is delicious. That's 2 beautiful handwich cones. The handwiches can smell fear, and if they smell it, they will become spicier. And check this out, we did that in under 5.
A lot of these weird kitchen gadgets are good for disabled people, but I don't know if you all are ready for that conversation. I don't know what you mean by that, Birdie. Like, if we're all ready for that conversation? That's just a bit weird to say. Like, yeah, definitely. There are some kitchen gadgets that are good for disabled people. Absolutely. Like, if someone turned around to me and said that the lettuce spinner is good for disabled people and explained why, fair enough. I'm not going to make fun of it. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what you're trying to say.
5 TV minutes, which is roughly 13 hours. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. Now I've got to go make another handwich or I might be lost to... That's not good. Ow. Oh. Where am I? Mr. Announcer Man? Hello? Studio audience? Anyone? Here we go. What? Wait a sec. I know what this is. Limbo. I've got to make that third handwich. I've got to find a kitchen. Fridge, yes! Empty, no! I cannot be stuck here forever. There's got to be something around here somewhere. Come on!
Snuggies were invented for wheelchair users, but to be fair, they're a fun infomercial project. I had no idea. That's fucking dope.
Oh no. Wait. Keys. I've got it. Just one more. That's all.
Right, like I don't think a salad spinner is good for disabled people. I have no idea. Do you know what I mean? I'm not disabled, so I don't fucking know.
I told you, Kevin. You must create all three, or you will be lost to time.
I will, Announcer Man. I promise.
You just push on the button. Yeah, that would be more simple. Yeah,
I
for
have
sure.
to bring it back once more. 3.
But again, like, you know, the whole idea of like drying your salad is just absolutely bizarre to me. Why are you drying salad? I don't understand.
Sandwiches? That's impossible. You'll never do it.
I guess everyone was right when they called you two-handwich Kevin.
I never believed in you.
I'm gonna prove you all wrong. I just need one more handwich.
Kevin, take my hand. Take my handwich.
Biscuits? I'm so glad!
Thank you for choosing Arby's. Place your order when ready.
Could I get 3 beef and cheddar sandwiches without the buns?
So if you don't want it on the bun, you just put it in a bowl?
Yeah.
So I've got 3 beef and cheddar classics all in the same bowl with the cheese and the sauce in the bowl as well.
That's right. And some mozzarella sticks, please.
Sure, you want 4 or 6?
6.
That is literally what the handwich is, though, isn't it? Like, that's what he's going to do. He's going to cut up this baguette and just take all the bread out of the middle and put whatever fucking filling he wants in the middle. That is just what a handwich is.
Handwich. Handwich.
What is a handwich?
Handwich.
I knew it.
A handwich.
Handwich. Handwich. Handwich. Handwich. Handwich.
Okay, subtitles. All right, calm down. Holy shit. There you go. There it is. It's done.
Believe it or not, that was the best one.
Kevin, you did it! You made all 3 handwiches! You can come back now. Kevin? Kevin? Kevin!
Oh, this is a nice, fun video. I enjoyed this. Kind of want the last one the most. Yeah, because it's a piece of piss. It's a hero. I don't even know how you say that. American food is kind of gross a lot of times. Listen, Cynthia, you come from the country where they eat like raw pork and raw beef in a sandwich or some shit. Excuse me. Hey, No Wrench, how are you doing, by the way? What's going on? It does remind me of a doner kebab. Yeah, like the meat, the way the meat looks. I think that meat was probably a bit better than a doner kebab, though. I'm about 90% sure it's gonna be like
we're citizens.
Better than that. Adam Warlock, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the stream. You never said German food is any better. Fair enough. Right, gang. Listen. It's been a real fun day. It's been a real fun stream. I've been a little bit tired today, so apologies if I'm not like 100% my normal laughy, happy self, you know, whatever you want to call it, however you want to say it, etc. But we had a look at some fun content. We had a look at some unique content, which is nice. We had some good news. Very good. Very fucking cool. There are so many better ways to put meat in and or other ingredients into bread. I agree. I agree. We're gonna raid somebody now. We're gonna go. Oh fuck! I just opened it in a new window rather than a new tab. This is what I normally do. New tab. It was a wonderful stream. Thank you, Muel. Thank you very much for being here, everybody. Thank you for all the donos. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the raids, the hosts, stuff like that. I don't even know if I had any raids today. I can't remember. But if you did raid me, thank you very much. Wait, did Chloe raid? I feel like Chloe raided me today. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, thank you for any raids that I might have had that I've forgotten about. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for the chats. You know, it's been real fun. It's been real nice. I really appreciate it all. We're going to go and raid somebody now. We're going to go and show some love to the stream. To a stream. We are going to go and show some love to Jerry Rose. Jerry is a close friend of mine, I'd say. We're going to go and show them some love. They're doing a cute little art stream. And they got a little PNG tuber little guy there. You know? And they're doing a lot of cool fucking art that's like really fucking cool. So please, go and show them some love. So let's go raid Jerry. Come with us on the raid. That would be really cool if you did that. I'd think that you were a really cool person if you came with us for the raid. I'd be like, yo, that one person in the chat, JMM1610, what a great person coming with us to the stream, to the raid. I would be like, yo, what a legend. What an absolute legend. So just remember that, chat. But I will be back tomorrow. We will be checking out tomorrow more news, more weird content, more cool stuff, more leftist video essays. You know the score. I'll see you then. In the meantime, check out the VOD channel. Check out all my other socials. Check out my YouTube. Check out my Instagram, my Twitter. I'm not really on my Twitter that much anymore, but you know. And I'll see you tomorrow. Mwah! Good night, good night, good night, good night, good night. Peace, 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 peace. Stay excellent to each other. Bye.